Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on drinking like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, party.
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Di-di-di-di-da-ba-do.
Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Go to there. Go to there.
On the phone to get your information. On the phone to get your
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man.
on the phone to get your information. On the phone to get my information. Spoon television. Spoon.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on drinking like my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, yeah, Tuto Spoon. You want to get a news update, Tuto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes,
Spoon TV. Spoon,
yes, what you got today.
Spoon,
Listen,
Spoon TV. Spoon,
ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba.
Spoon,
Skibidi-bidi-da-ba-do.
TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Gua, 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 gua. Gua, 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 go to there. Gua, gua, go to there.
On the board.
Yes,
What information?
gua.
On the board. Spoon, Spoon
Yes,
Television.
I trust party there.
Spoon, Spoon Radio Station. Spoon Television.
With the spoon, and your boy right in the south end. On the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to be part of the Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, a pleasant welcome to yet another
Every income,
fascinating edition of the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5, on Fabric 101.1,
you got a spoon radio.
Super 95.5, and via our various social media platforms, Spawn TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live,
Rastafari.
and via our YouTube channel, Spawn Talk.
Klibamba,
It's
klibamba.
10 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. I'd like to say happy New Year to all of you, our cherished listeners, our cherished viewers in Liberia and abroad. We'd like to say happy New Year to all of you. So welcome to another fascinating edition of Spawn Talk. As Dr. Clarence Molba of the Liberia National Union sits on the show alongside the CEO to discuss issues that matter to the growth and development of Liberia. So don't go away. The show is gonna be very, very hot tonight. All you need to do is to sit back and listen. And of course, as the CEO and his team of panelists go along. They're going to solicit your inputs on the show as well. So don't go away. Be there, because it promises to be very, very captivating. So first off, we'd like to open our lines to hear from you, Liberians, on the Speak Your Minds segment. What have you got to say? What is that trending issue that you want to speak to? What is that burning issue that's on your minds? What's that issue confronting you in your various communities that you want the public to know about, that you want the government to know about? It's now about time that you start recording and telling us some of those issues, some of those burning issues on your minds. So call us on 0777 1075 0777 1075 1075 are the numbers to put it through. It seems we'll have to announce an alternative line, but let's see if we can take a few calls on this one for a while. Okay, so yes, call us on 0777 1075 0777 1075 077 04177 24 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to put it through here this evening on the show. 0555 101075 0777 1075. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, compliment of the city to you, Tel, and compliment to the Intel School Network family, and compliment to all fellow Liberians on Radio Land. The name remain constant at Panso A.S. Camara once again, and Happy New Year to all of us. Actually, what are on my mind as a training issue or confronting me is this. As God has made all of us to cross over, and then pretty soon administratively we'll be resuming our administration activities of our country. We are saying this to Ricky Namekun, the Honorable Speaker, the position, the characteristics of Ricky Namekun, does he deserve to be a Speaker of this country? Because according to his wife, Madam Cecilia Paul Kum, it said a lot of things about this man. It may have no good characteristic to lead this country as a speaker. Because speaker, you are the mouthpiece for the entire country. So international, while they may have no international contact, look at the attitude, the forgery in Carolina, America, but the immigration department. That's a rule. What can they make represent the country? So I put that to rest. I also want to say to Liberians, let us just for quality into football. The matter of fact,
thank you.
Last.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Ramsey Gleda speaking to you from West Street.
Ramsey, let's hear you.
Yeah. Well, I have to do with the government for the past year, all the elections that they've been receiving. I hope that they listen to the Liberian people's cry and get to work towards it, that they will not be put to shame. And they want also go to the CEO that you should be on their back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 0777 1075 0555 101075 are the numbers to put it through court and have your say this evening. Happy, prosperous New Year to all of you on the sound of my voice. Let's go to the line and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Johnny from Zubatan.
Let's hear you from Zubatan.
Yeah. There's this idea I'm trouble with that I just want to get share. Yeah, like I'm bothered about the way the legislature found concession agreement. I don't think that is not the right way.
You want to repeat that? What did you say?
Concession agreement, the way the legislature go about signing concession agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that's not a very concession agreement is not a recommendation that you just make. I do think there should be an entity that will set up that those concessions will go to. They will go through the process of viewing all of those concessions. Where are those places they have been working before? People don't want to work in, people don't want to come into the country. Then like that, after those entities have we all are reviewing in investigation, then they can take it down to the legislature for it. Then they can go through it because like, they don't have much time to go through all of that. So that's my input.
Thank you. Thank you for making your input here this evening. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Oh, yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Many happy returns.
Thank you. My name is Diego Buvana. Unity Party Intellectual Group. According to a member of the I want to say this in the new year, right? The only thing I have in the new year, I want my president. But let me say happy new year to him, a dying wife. And also the CEO Seto Waterspoon. But I want to tell the president, I beg you. The president says what will get issue. Focus on job creation. At least our brothers are not working. Then they let them work. They want to get their ends. Our role, don't forget about role is the key to our success. So I want to everybody thank you, and this year will be possible year for us. All they see what we not achieve internet on the fire. Don't let me say this. You will never change. Your situation will never change. I say you got to change your habit. If you get bad habit, you leave it. But if you don't do this, you say I get my habit in me, bad habit there, my life will change. I want to laugh. You got to change for God change your situation. So thank you for holding me the time.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yes, I'm Anthony Sayer. I'm the past president for Operation of Marriage Fund to Republic of Liberia.
Let's hear you.
I want to even see you happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The
Let's hear you.
Make up pre-gun election. If you go to net website, other website, you understand at the Motorcycle Republic of Liberia, the amount of voters that voted for this government to come into being. It were like a 20 to 30%. And we were not helping fair. We put the government into power even when they were not seen to be important. And 2 years gone, we have not heard from them. And they need to get ready and prepare and do everything to get to us. Because on that June 15, when we went at the residence of the president at that time, he was a candidate, we made it possible. And we talked to people everywhere we went, 2023, 2022. We started to talk and wrote this message that rescue should be the one to take over. But since they took over, we are not seeing that. They can't even talk to us. They need to come. They need to meet us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making your contribution. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Okay, we lost that person. You are listening to the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. The show has been relayed on Voice of Liberia as well, and live on our various social media platforms. Spoon TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and then our YouTube channel, Spoon Talk. My name is Yekezi Zobel this evening, saying to all of you on the sound of my voice, Happy New Year. Those of you watching in Liberia and abroad, listening right here in Liberia, we'd like to say Happy New Year, and we hope that this year offers all of us the best as a country. Call us on 0777 1075 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to put you through here on the show this pleasant Thursday evening, the first day of the year 2026. Let's go back to the lines and talk to more callers here. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello, my name also Jamie Apple, calling from RSU community.
Okay.
The thing the thing in my mind Nana is agree to my I tell my agree to my Senator Koga. Also, if he's listening to me, please go probably BVP that bridge and over there, fix it, or your school building where you over there, complete it before your time could reach. So I'm in my mind, and I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Isopi Wola. I call from Conway, New Georgia.
Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. Thank you for your analysis. Thank you for your presentation. My attention has been drawn to two areas quickly. The motorcycles union that within our country, they generate more money. They generate more money and then no impact. They are not catering to no welfare of the motorcycles. Every day and night, yesterday, last night was last night, people were chopped, people motorcycles were taken away. There's no kind of accountability. But they say they're on the street collecting money from the cyclists. We can see any other thing that they're doing to protect the welfare of the guys. Mind you, people go around, they take money from people, they borrow money from people, they go and buy that motorcycle to bring on the street. Then you have people on the street call and say, yeah. So I'm kind of appealing to the Liberian government. They can take over the Liberian motorcycle transport union to generate more funds that will have trained men that will protect the men then by protecting our motorcycle and our living body. Mind you, tap on one motorbike, someone tap their hand, someone tap you, and they take your property away. You become a victim. Why are we? And quickly, my attention has been June lastly. I'm begging Mr. President, our president, who stood in line, who stood in the sun, under the rain, to vote the president in power.
Thank you.
Today, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person on the line. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, let's hear you out. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I said thank you for the show. And I'm Abraham Kule. I call from Ralph Highway.
Okay, let's hear you from Robert F. Highway.
Yes, the president is trying his best, but there are some ministers in the government who are trying to undermine this government. And the whole economic team, the president needs to change the whole economic team if he is to succeed. And Josiah Joker too needs to go. Josiah Joker lied that he paid all civil service. And that is not true. You didn't pay civil service. You didn't pay for December, then you spend on it. And lying that you pay for December.
Thank you.
So he needs to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so you're listening to the Spawn Talk. You're watching the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5. The show has been simulcast on Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5. It's relayed on Voice of Liberia right here in Monrovia, and we're live on our various social media platforms this beautiful, beautiful Thursday evening. And we have Dr. Clarence Moliba coming on, I guess, as guest tonight. And of course, he's going to be sitting alongside the CEO to discuss issues that matter to Liberia's growth and development. But let's take more calls in the meantime. Between time, let's talk to this international caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good afternoon, you can see.
Good evening from my end. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, my name is Nat Kokat. I'm calling from Holland, Rotterdam.
Okay, let's hear you, Nat.
Yeah, I'll also say congratulations to my government and the good work they're doing in our country. And I've also ordered the president for more work as we enter in the year of 2026 for our peoples and our country in general. I will also say Happy New Year to the President, President Joseph Boakai, and the Vice President Jeremiah Bakun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling.
Okay.
All right, let's talk to another person right here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, we lost our caller. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, you say your name again?
Otis Johnson.
Otis Johnson, let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to thank God for guiding us through the whole year, and we have entered the new year. I want to be grateful to Him for His protection. But I want to speak to most of the journalists who most of that talk and thing are like kind of inciting the citizens against the government. When government is trying to instill discipline in people, they say, oh, the government is witch hunting. And no nation can survive when people are lawless. People steal, people do all sorts of things, and no disciplinary action is taken against them. In such a state, we can't go nowhere. So the journalists really need to be careful. If people did wrong in this country, let them be prosecuted. If they are found culpable, let them be prosecuted for it. The journalists need to just stop. Because most of the time they incite the citizens against the nation, which is not good for us. As we enter this new year, let them change the way they present their program, the way they talk about issues in this country. It's not good. Mr. Stanton Waterson is one of those who will even cause this money problem.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Thanks for making your contribution. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Oh, are you? Talk to another person.
Hello?
Hello, your name?
Yeah,
let's hear you.
I cover Congo Town Barrow. I just thank God our president trying.
Okay.
Mr. Baga, I appeal to you. Anybody who in the government, I want to bring down the government, keep them from all of the government. I beg you, because I want for you to tell your record, your record be clean and take it for you. Number two, the court. I will call on the American government. We put our on our bench. We try to honor man and woman. When I enter him on sanction them, yeah, that is the one the big problem in the country. Yeah. Who see the government money, they don't begin to pull out their platform with it.
Thank you.
So we calling on the American government to please sanction those judges are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you. Welcome.
Yes, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting a feedback, man. What's going on?
Okay. Let me see.
Can I try again?
Adjustment.
Yeah, I think it's better now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who are you looking at? Is the guest coming in the studio?
Yeah, the guest is already here, so I just want to set up for him.
Oh, just go ahead, put the flyer up, play the music, and let me get ready in the back myself. So while you set up, okay? All right.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the South, man.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat your palm, crunchy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Yes,
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to have a wonderful time today on Spoon Talk. We have Dr. Clarence Mobile. Dr. Clarence Mobile is on tonight. Lano, I think that's the party name, Lano. Yes, indeed. Wow. Dr. Clarence Mobile, political leader, Liberia National Union. Wow. It's been a while since I spoke with the political leader of Leno, and indeed, we're going to have a wonderful show time today. And I also like to say the guy's going to be coming on. Happy New Year 2026 to all of you. We say yes, it's the best way to start. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. I'm trying to work on my voice. Again, I'm trying to work on my voice. Like I told you before, man, the beautiful way to start a new year, wherever you find yourself. Happy New Year to you. Thank God He have ushered you into the new year. To all of our fellow Liberians who are abroad, Happy New Year. Continue to enjoy, continue to relax. Our country, Liberia, will get better, right? There's a back and forth at the House of Representatives. Yes, something going on. Did you listen to Jay Melvin Cole recording? Have you seen the text messages? I mean, the first day of the year, a lot of fighting because they are calling this regime speaker a pedophile. And yes, the man said he loved his own sister to get document from the US. Can you imagine? The Liberia speaker, right? The man said he loved his own sister to get US citizenship. Can you imagine? So the lawmakers, and they are mad. I'm going to share the text messages with you. I'm going to play the recording for you. But what is happening at the LDEA? Do you know that the LDEA officer in charge, he bust the eyeball of one of his bodyguards. No, President Boyga entered in the year in a bad way, and President Boyga called him for peace. I'm going to play the recording. He bust the eyeball. The man got to go for surgery tomorrow, go see the doctor tomorrow. The officer in charge, the LDA, the man that President Bwaga put there, he looked at his bodyguard and punched him. A whole ass swallow you can see. What President Bwaga do? The man crying on the phone. The man say, oh, I thought the man will kill me, or the man will kill me. I said, what did you do? We will share that with you. I don't know how you start in the new year, my friend. I don't know how you start in the new year, but President Bwaga is calling for peace. Unity for what? Now we're going to go to Yamoussoukro Accord. Did you sign the Geneva Convention? Are we going back again to Yamoussoukro Accord? But before we bring in the political leader of Lano, let me say this to you. Let me bring Kev. Kev Hassan, what are you doing here, Kev? What are you doing here, Kev? I got limited time. I got to bring in Mr. Morba, the political leader. You know, he's a political leader of our friend, Paul Kennedy. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You know the other guy they call Law? I think Law is also the Law.
Yeah.
I think Law left this party though. Is he still with the party?
The political leader of the party will answer us.
No, but I think Law went and joined United Party. Oh, but United Party and Lando, they like brother and sister though. They almost the same, right?
Hey,
right?
let him answer. I hope it's
right. Hot seat tonight. I'm going to put him on the hot seat tonight. I'm going to put him on the hot seat. The young political leader, I've been waiting for him. I'm not sounding better, Yegezi. I'm trying my best. I'm not sounding better, Yegezi.
Way better, way better.
You're sounding much more better than Monday.
The Monday, right? I try, Yegezi. I try. I would have grabbed somebody by the vein and strangulate him, but I couldn't. Politically, because my voice was bad. But hey, who's going to get in the crossfire today? Dr. Clarence Moore, we're going to get in the crossfire today. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to share this show. It's going to be a wonderful program. And I want to say this to you. The rest of the guys going to come on to do the post-analysis, but I'll tell you why. Listen to J. Marvin Cole, representative from Bon County. Listen to that recording. People are calling for the removal of Region Speaker. What's the guy name? What's the Region Speaker name?
Kung. Richard Kung.
Richard Kung. You see, I'm getting old. I'm 50 years, I'm getting old. Region Speaker Richard Kung, right? The man said he gave his sister $10,000. He married his sister in Delaware for people, but he's sitting as Joseph Bwaga Speaker. Listen, in no good country, you will keep that man one day after. Now the man calls in, all the representatives, and they say nobody can take him for that. I mean, now who put him in there? That President Bwaga and Jeremiah Kun put him in there. Oh yeah, I will talk about Jeremiah Kun today. Who said I can talk about Jeremiah Kun? I can talk about anybody. They put him in there. They put the man there. Now they got to remove him. The man was saying letter by lawmaker. That thing was a scam. Oh, the lawmaker then put him there. The lawmaker. No. The man says a Region Speaker that President Bwaga put him there. Now the man has confessed that he married his sister. He said his sister, he must have not sister and brother, but he said they are sister. So I give it to him. For people, Happy New Year to you. I know you're still saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you. For people to live in America. And the man went and married another lady by the name of Christina too again. The man married 2 women for people. But the man is a speaker. Can you imagine? What kind of country we got to call abroad? What is now? I'm hearing that President Bwaga said.
Yeah, you want to do a little bit of adjustment. You are coming in a bit low.
I'm not adjustment, but I didn't increase my volume. I don't do that to me today. I beg you, don't do this. No. Don't do that today. Don't do that today. No. I know your operation. No, Cat. Tell the picking how to do it today. No way.
Mama, you found, but I think you can see this one interrupt you.
No, from my end, from your end, I mean, it might be saying it's sounding.
No. Just funny man. Let me ask some people. You can hear me? You see?
I can hear you, but I mean, you're not allowed.
Cool. So I start talking about Jeremiah Cool. You can say I low.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my boy.
How do you hear you talking about Jeremiah Cool?
So I start talking about Jeremiah Cool. The message a little bit low. Can you imagine that? Happy New Year, my people. Happy New Year to all of you. Charles Russell, you can hear me? Because I don't believe that you can see, man. And if I'm sounding low, let me know. But Snap, coach Jeremiah Kuni, they mess a little bit low. Okay.
Anyway, my boy Yekezi is a professional. I'll give it to him.
Listen, let me put it up. Yekezi came where? The person that hearing me. Your son is good CEO. Listen at that. Yes, CEO can hear you. Listen at that. CEO can hear you. Yes, CEO. Listen, Yekezi. You know. What's going on? Yekezi?
I didn't say I'm not hearing. I'm saying you are a bit low. That's what I said.
We'll manage it. So we got Dr. Clarence Mulva in the bar. I believe Yekezi today. Today, I believe Yekezi. We're going to discuss the way forward for our country. We'll talk about the Lenu Party. We're going to talk about the vision. The first day of the year, we will spend about 45 minutes with Dr. Mulva. And Manuba, you know the team about Moba and Manuba, we get it mixed up, right? But the name is Manuba, former Vice President Manuba, right? That's his son. So we want to say, welcome to the show. We're going to be having a blast today, and we want to say, God bless you. Happy New Year. Oh, he got off? So, why is he going to make the necessary adjustment? Happy New Year to you, Kev. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Stanton, and we're so grateful to make it 2026, and we're going to be grateful because we're going to make it in 2027, 2028, 2029, and the election. But we're so grateful to that we made it in that we are alive and strong and willing to go forward. But it's a great blessing to be in 2026.
Yeah, Kev, we are grateful. God there, God money us. I want to say to all of you, Happy New Year to you as you join the network. Because of you, the network still moving as strong as possible. We want to say we do appreciate you all the Spoon fan, all the Spoon follower. Happy New Year to you. Today will be a great show. Today we're happy to bring in studio Dr. Clarence Mulva from Leno, the Liberia. Let me put it up for you to see. A great son of the soul, political leader of Liberia National Union. We'd like to say, let's listen, let's bring in Dr. Leno. Kev, I'll see you on the other side of the aisle. Let me talk to Dr. Leno. And I want to say to all of you, yes, indeed, it will be a wonderful show. Welcome. Welcome to the show, Dr. Clarence Mulva. Leno, it's good to have you on, my friend. As always, thank you for joining us and accepting our invite. We gave you the honor, man, the first day of the year to bring you in studio.
I feel very special, and so that lets me know one thing, that you see us this year, because now you want to talk about the issues and everything. So, but no, honestly, man, I feel very, I'm appreciative of being here to talk to Liberian people on the first day of 2026. The whole idea, what you're doing and what I'm doing, what everybody well-meaning Liberian wants to do, is that we want to see our country be better. We want to see our country better tomorrow than what we have today. And so the reason why, even though we may all be in our different corners, at the end of the day, Liberia must supersede all of our thoughts. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm looking forward to, you told me you were going to put me in a hot seat. So I'm looking forward to being in a hot seat and having a conversation about how we can truly develop this country.
So, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to your family. And Happy New Year to your party. And Liberia as a whole, we say Happy New Year. I'm sitting here with Dr. Clarence Mulva from Leno, LINU. Again, Liberia National Union, but we're going to be a great show. Yes, indeed, I want to extend my greetings to your party, one of your party leaders, Paul Kennedy, who is one of our panelists here on Spoon. But something about that, just on the side note, man, what's going on? Whenever he tried to run, they beat him in Buffalo. Let's talk about Paul. Let's gossip about him. Then we'll come to the real issue.
Honestly, the thing about Paul and what I like, every time I watch your show, right? Paul represents what should be the discussion in Liberia, which is about the policies and strategies to improve this country. I think what always happens, right, is that Liberia, we always get caught up in personalities and not policies, in party and not ideology. And that's what's affecting us. So even when we look at LINU, And Paul is a very, very well respected and high member of LINU. We're always proud to see that LINU tagline under him because he is talking about the issues in Liberia. And so we'll always support him. So yeah, he's ran twice in Bapolu, but when you go there, you will see the people supporting him. I've been on several campaign trips with him all throughout in the villages and in the bushes, and he has people all over. And so, I think it went awful. Can they still hear me or no?
Yeah, so I think just come and sit this way.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's fine. Just I know you can see we'll make the adjustment. I mean, it's going to be a great show. We got Dr. Clarence coming back. He's in studio. And want to say, share the show, folks. Share the show. We're going to have Akaris Mosi Gray come on, Abdullah Mohamed to talk about other issue. After this 45-minute segment, we're going to bring in Asid Do, Kev Hassan. Yes, indeed. Paul Kennedy will be coming. Russell will be here. Emmanuel Josh will be here. Gibson, Jerry, and everybody that's sitting right now relaxing. We're going to talk about the Camel Bag Counselor. We're going to talk about Vendetta Patrick. Everybody want to come and sit down. Well, there's a lot of stuff to talk about today. Happy New Year to our country. Happy New Year to our people. But just imagine something is happening in Liberia. The speaker, people are saying that he should go. He confessed, he admitted that yes, indeed, he married his own sister to be a U.S. citizen. That's wrong. That's fraud, right? What would President Baga do? What would Jeremiah Kun do? That's the question people are asking. The Bar Chico, I was going there. President Baga said he didn't remember shutting down Bar Chico. But we're talking about it on the other side because May 2025, the president suspended Bar Chico. And again, all the text messages, but let's get back to Clarence Mobile. I can't wait to talk about other issue. Dr. Mobile, it's good to see you. You was closing up on Paul Kennedy and the people of Bapolu.
No, and so what I was saying about Paul is, to be honest with you, I've campaigned several times throughout Bapolu with Paul Kennedy in several of the villages and the towns. And we were moving around during the campaign for 2 to 3 days. We were together every single day. He had the beautiful house there. So I would never talk about somebody who had the beautiful house in Bapolu. And then, like I said, we went to towns and villages, and there were people everywhere supporting him. So I always say sometimes in life, it's just a matter of time, right? He has the right message. He has the right support. He has the right personality for his people. And I think he will be successful at some point in time. So just like LINU, right? Everybody have to run, just like me. If you lose one time, it doesn't mean you have failed. You fall forward. And that's what he has been doing. That's what LINU has been doing as well. And that's what our country of Liberia has to do. Even though we are not the country that we need right now, we have to continue to get better. We have to continue to hopefully elect the right leaders to transform this country. We need transformational leaders. I continue to say that. In Liberia, it doesn't mean you're a good leader if you have plenty of money or if you can go on radio and cost plenty. That does not make you a good leader. What makes you a good leader? When you can talk to the people about the policies and the strategies to develop our country. So, like I said, Paul is a proud, we have Paul as a proud member of LINU, and he will continue to be. And we pray to God that at some point he would take that leadership in Bapolu.
You talk about red leader. Let's get to you and the party and the vision forward. Do we have a right leader today?
What I always say is that Liberia needs transformational leadership. And so I know where you're going with that question. So I would say this, right? And I'll even go back all the way down to President George Weah. They are good people, right? President Boyka is also a good person. The idea and the challenge we need now in Liberia is that we need transformational leadership. And when I talk about transformational leadership, it's even when you go down to the budget, which I'm sure, Stanton, that we're going to be talking about a lot. But the challenge in Liberia is that the status quo doesn't work. And so that's why a lot of times when I talk to people that say, we want change, but do Liberians truly want change? And so even when you look at what we are trying to do at LINU, the idea, the policies, when we talk about leadership, we have to be very specific in how we want to change this country, how we want to change this country in agriculture, how we want to change this country for education, how we want to change the country for healthcare. These are the things that we need to discuss. So when we talk about Liberia having the right leader, what we have to ask ourselves every day as Liberian citizens, are we happy with the trajectory of the country right now? And so that's the primary question that needs to be asked.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking, I understand when you're looking for a transformative leader. Do we have that leader today? You ran you went out all over Liberia, a young man, leaving everything you could have achieved and what you have achieved before. You say you want to come and serve your people. We are bringing you today, the first day, for you to speak to the Liberian people, because I believe you will be running again. Is Joseph Yuma Bwaka the leader for today? Is he that transformative leader that you are talking about?
Let me put it this way, and I'll go to the budget, because I like to talk about the issues. The budget does not show transformational leadership. Let me be very clear about that. So I'm not trying to beat around the bush. I'm just trying to be very clear about it. The budget is not transformational leadership. When you put $13 million in the budget for agriculture, when we input $200 million worth of rice, that is not transformation. When you put more money in the budget for 6 political leaders' offices, the president, vice president, the speaker, deputy speaker, pro temp, the chief justice, when more money goes into their offices than goes to JFK, that's not transformational leadership. And so what we are doing, the reason why we are on this radio, the reason why during the elections I went to 263 towns and villages all around the country, is simply because we have to change the status quo in Liberia. The life that we are living in Liberia, the life that many Liberians, millions of Liberians are living right now, is not good enough. Liberia is too rich a country for Liberians to be this poor. And so when we talk about transformational leadership, it has to be shown in the budget itself. And that's why I will go back to it again. It is not. So you can determine who is a transformational leadership by the budget they put forward. So even if we're talking about presidency 2029, the discussion right now has to be 2026. How are we going to make sure that the Liberian people are self-sustainable in the staple food of rice before we even get to 2029? And so that's why I line you. That's why for me and all our partisans, we'd like to talk about the policies and the issues. Transformational leadership has to be shown, and the only way you can show transformational leadership is through the budget. Let me give you a quick example, Stanton. Any country that wants to truly develop, you must spend at minimum 35% of your budget on capital infrastructure and investment. Talking about roads, hospitals, electricity, schools, etc., etc. Liberia, at best, if we are lucky, we will be spending 20% of the budget. That's not transformational. And so when we're talking about this has to graduate be more than political parties, right? More than this political party, this person wearing a color. We have to be having this discussion. How can we make Liberia better tomorrow than what we have today? When we talk about transformational leadership, let's even look at the amount of gold that we are exporting in Liberia. We are exporting over, billions of dollars of gold every single year. Yet as a country, we don't have a gold reserve.
Let's take it step by step. I want people to understand you, right? And it's good to have you. And I begin to relax with you, but I begin to put down questions that we can go deeper in this conversation. Dr. Clarence K. Moluba Lanu, 5,000.
Money back. You know, I don't know why I did to you today, Stanton. You keep saying money back.
Money back. I'm sorry. 5,298. And you got 0.29% of the entire food. You're rejected massively. What for? Well, the people didn't believe your message. It wasn't your time. Let's talk about you, because I have not spoken to you since the election. So let's give you more time and let's go back and move forward. They rejected you. 5,000 some people say we agree with you. But millions of individuals say, no, you are not the man for this time. They voted for President Bwaka. President Bwaka today, do you think he's working as per the expectation of those people that voted for him?
You know, the first thing we have to do, right, is I think you're categorizing everything wrong, right? Everybody who runs for it doesn't mean that if you run for presidency, you are guaranteed a victory. The whole idea of running for presidency is to ensure that the people of Liberia had a choice between personalities and popularity and policies. And that's what Lainu focuses on. How can we develop this country? When we talk about policies, we're talking about having every single county in Liberia be a food production zone. So that was not refused by the Liberian people. At the end of the day, we all know what works in Liberia in terms of, and the system has made it so that Liberians only, for the most part, look at money or popularity. We have to be looking at ideology and policies. And so when you talk about rejected, absolutely not. I'm proud to say I got to vote in every single county. That for me is a win. What we have to be talking about is how do we develop the country for the better? Because even if I'm president or not, Liberia has to supersede my personal interests. So again, it's not about what we did in 2023. It's what we are doing in 2026, 27, 28, 29. And so that's why we are on this, to be able to talk about how can we develop.
Is your message resonating though? Now, I agree. Your message came forth, but people didn't buy into your message because they gave you.
They didn't buy it. But they didn't buy it doesn't mean they rejected me. It just means it wasn't my time. So again, like I said, President Boyka ran for president and didn't win. Was he rejected? No, it just wasn't his time. We are ran 2 times. Also, if we look at countries all over the world, let's go to Ghana.
I did buy a message today. Let's talk about you. Say you want us to leave the 2023 and say you wasn't rejected, but it wasn't your time. To each his own. That explanation can fit into you or something else. Let's talk about you. I did buy into your message today. Is that message now going across the 50 counties?
Let's pray, right? And that's why I'm so appreciative that I'm here today talking to you on the first day of 2026, because the idea has to be like, you cannot get tired saying the truth. You cannot get tired telling the people of Liberia that our standards are too low and we have to increase it. You cannot, I will not get tired telling the people of Liberia, somebody coming to build community toilet after stealing all your money is not good enough to make them a leader. That does not define a leadership. What is leadership? Is vision, is ideology. And that's what my party, Liberia National Union, that's why myself, that's what I'm pushing, right? Trying to make the Liberian people understand that it's not about uncle or auntie business. It's not about popularity. It's not about who has the most money. It's about who has the best ideology and the idea for this country. If the Liberian people listen to that, we will be fine. You know, I'm so proud of the thing that we did in 2023. I always like to tell this story. You know, days that we didn't have money, we would go door to door, knocking on doors, just talking, introducing myself to people. And I remember this young guy came to me. He was extremely excited. He ran to me. He said, "Oh, Dr. Moniba, you are my hero." I said, "Okay, but then thank God your vote is guaranteed." He said, "No, I'm voting for you in 2029. So I just bring that up as the reason why, for me, the votes are irrelevant. The place I voted, I didn't see any votes. Let me put it that way. Let me be very clear about that. So for me, what the results were in 2023 is irrelevant. What is important to me is what we're able to do and the message and how we're able to comport ourselves to the Liberian people. Liberia is too rich for Liberians to be this poor. And right now in 2026, the argument is very simple, that the budget that as constructed, is not good enough to transform Liberia. So when we talk about,
let's go in the budget. Let me give you this pass, and I know. I mean, we'll come back to it. It's just you and I right now, and it's going to be each. I've been thinking about you, dreaming about you, having a vision about you, talking about you, gossiping about you.
Thank God. I hope that good gossip, bro.
No, but it's on the show. You know, if you don't follow us, we're talking about you. Yeah. But I want to say, Clarence, it's very important though. What happened with rescue? If you talk about rescue, if we define rescue, right? Is this budget or rescue budget? You want us to talk about the budget. Let's start from the bottom up. Is this budget or rescue budget?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I will keep going back to it again. The budget, when you spend more money, right? So let's put it this way. For every $10 we have in the budget, $8.50 to $9 is going to salaries, travel, entertainment, all kind of different projects. That is not a rescue budget. That is not a transformational budget. Like I'm saying, let's go to JFK, the most important medical facility in this whole country. They were allotted $9 million. When we know for a fact that it takes at minimum $65 million to truly get JFK to the level it needs to be. Even if we go to top of that, the same thing. So at the end of the day, we have to be able to invest our money in capital investments and not in individuals and their offices, which is what we are doing. Let's look at the Maryland Technical Vocational School. $200,000 was allotted to them. God knows if they're going to receive it. But how can we truly say that we want to train the people in the Southeast, in Maryland County, when only $200,000 goes towards the technical and vocational training? There are 12 or 13 universities, community colleges around the country that was allotted less than $10 million. I will say it again, but 6 political offices will receive $11 to $12 million. So when we talk about rescue, when we talk about transformational, this has to supersede anything about political parties. Because let's be very clear, this type of budget has been going on for several years. It's been going on for several years. So again, we have to be able to transcend political parties and start to talk about ideology. Start to talk about how can we truly transform this country. I was in Rwanda a few weeks ago, and they were showing me around. In Rwanda, every single family was allotted one cow. Every single family in the rural area was allotted a cow, simply because they wanted to make sure the children of Rwanda were drinking milk every single day. That's transformation. No school can open in Rwanda if they don't have a school feeding program. That's transformation. And that's what we have to be able to push, not only from Liberia National Union.
Let me ask you a question. The message today will go across, and I hope we can have you, during this year, 2026, for the people to hear you better. And we'll go back and forth. Clarence, on a serious note, my brother, Liberia is to a place that people thought this president was going to be that president to transform our country. You're putting it on the budget. You're putting it on the office of the president, the office of the vice president, the pro tem, the speaker, the deputy speaker, and all of them. Yes, indeed. Are you disappointed?
You know, when you say disappointed, you have to say frustrated. And I have to be frustrated like every single Liberian, right? It feels bad to be able to, God has blessed me. I've been to over 50 countries in my life. And it feels bad to know that your country is way behind other countries that are way behind. Why is Ghana decades in front of us when in the 90s they were decades behind us? Look at Cote d'Ivoire right here. So it's more about frustration. But the thing about it is, right, if we continue to recycle the same people in leadership, we'll continue to get the same results. And that's the issue we are having, right? It's not about, this UP government, this CDC government, this ABC. No, it should be about who are the competent people, regardless of political parties. That's what we should be having a discussion about.
During the money by, I hope I pronounced it right, money by, during the election, right? You didn't make it to the second round. The Liberian people want to know who you voted for.
I didn't endorse anybody. Honestly, I didn't endorse anybody because the argument has been the same throughout. Okay, in 2005, that was UPCDC. In 2011, UPCDC. In 2017, UPCDC. In 2023, UPCDC. But yet the people in the country are still crying. So you already know and understand that we need a fundamental change in how we.
What did you tell your followers?
Say that again.
What did you tell your followers? I'm not voting for anyone. We will not endorse anyone, but you go ahead your own way. Is that a Mr. Cummings message you sent to them?
Is that it? Sorry, you broke up.
No, I'm saying, what did you tell them? I mean, your group, your party members.
Listen, again, I will continue to go back to the idea, right? That after we were not successful in the first round, right? Even though we campaigned the hardest out of every political party, nobody in this country visited presidential candidate, visited 263 towns and villages. Nobody did over 135 radio interviews. So after we had spent all of our energy and our efforts trying to talk to the Liberian people in the second round, the decision was very simple at the political party. We will work with anybody who wins the elections. Yes, we went to the polls to go vote. Everybody went to go vote. But at the end of the day, LINU as a political institution took the decision and took the vote to be able to say we will work with anybody who wins this leadership, simply because we have to be above politics in this country at a certain point. We have to be more national.
Did you meet any one of the two political leaders at the time?
Absolutely. I had discussions with both political parties. I had a series of discussions about collaboration, about supporting them. We had several discussions. We even had committees set up that was engaging with both sides of the political party. But at the end of the day, like I said, we decided to stay neutral. Everybody went to the polls and vote, but we took the approach of we will work with whoever wins the presidency.
Are you now working with President Bouakai?
Say that again?
Are you now working with President Bouakai?
I'm not formally working in this government, and
no, not you, but the party members, and that's what I mean.
Absolutely, we have people in the political party who is working in this government, and I'm proud of the work they are doing. They are committed to seeing Liberia better tomorrow than what we have today. So yes, we have people in the, working in the UP government, just like how we had LINU partisans working in the previous government as well. But just from a institutional standpoint, we decided not to endorse anybody, and we decided to let the Liberian people truly choose where they wanted to go, and that was our decision.
Is President Boyka your uncle? Or by tradition or culture, is he your uncle or by blood?
By tradition, he is. By tradition, you know, and listen, our families are very close. Even after the war, during the war, so his family members, you know, we all stayed together in Sierra Leone for a little bit. So we are very close. But like I said, this supersedes uncle business. This is about national business. So it wasn't about, oh, I'm going to support him because he's from Lofat. No. Our politics in Liberia has to be bigger than tribal things. And that's some of the problem that we have in this country. By the time somebody say they want to run, the first question we can always ask, oh, what tribe he from? Where he from? Oh, I'm a countryman, I will support him. No, it has to be about the policies and about the issues. And my challenge that I had, to be honest with you, right, with both sides of the government, is that yes, in every single government, there are very good people who can work for government. In every single government, whether that President Boyka's government now, we are government before, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Charles Taylor, Doe, Tubman, there are good Liberians who work in every single government. But the thing is, and the challenge I had, is that in both sides of the divide, we had people who I knew and who I know is not there for national interest. They are there for personal interest. So I was not going to risk the character of not only myself, but my political party to endorse anybody. Let the Liberian people decide, and we'll work with them by giving them advice, by working in some offices to make sure that we can improve Liberia. But there are several people in this administration who we are not happy with. There are several good people, but then there are also people who are over there, and that's why you're complaining every day, a lot of times on Spoon, right? And so you, for example, you know, and y'all did an excellent job advocating, you know, for President Boyka. Of course, at that time, it's well known that that's the side you're on. But you are also disappointed right now with some of the people. And that's simply because, right, not everybody truly wants to develop this country. So what I would advise President Boyka is that not only do we have to talk about suspensions, we need to start talking about prosecution. The reason why corruption is so bad in this country, and the reason why I understood that it was going to be bad in this administration, a few people, is simply because we don't prosecute anybody in Liberia. For the
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Clarence Moore. Man, this is a good way to start the new year. You're on fire. Listen, it was just a short time to say the invite, but you are on fire. And I think, listen, let's take some of the questions from on the live feed, right? Let's take Dick Curtis. How have you been working with JMB? Specific details. We'll take some of the people question. And I don't want to lose my voice, but people want to talk to you. And you are, first of all, let's get something straight. Are you coming back 2029?
Say that again.
Are you coming back 2029?
Listen, you know, and that's why I always talk about, Stanton, you're not going to get me in the first day in 2026. It would be, listen, it would be a party decision, right? We are trying to build institutions, right? And LINU is one of the oldest parties in Liberia. I don't know if many people know that. We were founded in 1996 and officially certificated in 1997. We are the only political party, this is me throwing some talk now. We are the only political party in Liberia that's had our political office for 30 years, no movement. We own our own political office. And so I say all of that to say that it's a process. What I can say is that LINU will be extremely active going forward. LINU will be on the ballot in 2029, whether through collaboration or whether it's us heading a ticket, we will be very active. Let me put it that way.
Will you? But right now you are the political leader of LINU, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you will be, and when you guys go back for convention, your name will be on the convention list, on the ballot that you will be running to be that standard bearer. Am I correct?
Possibly. You know, right now our convention is not till 2029. There's a lot that can happen.
Okay.
So that's why right now we are focused on building our institution to be a true national party, right? Making sure we have political party offices in all 15 counties, making sure we have political offices in all of the districts. That's our focus right now. We are renovating our political office right now. That's our focus, right? Making sure we recruit before we really come. You know, a lot of people have come to engage us in terms of collaborations and things. We'll have that discussion, but right now we internally we are fixing ourselves.
And that was my question. That was my question. What are other parties coming to you to because a lot of things happening. Right? We got the ANC, we got the CMC, the CDC, and all the C's and P's. I mean, who are you talking about? Who have you spoken with?
Listen, I honestly, I speak to almost every single political leader on a monthly basis. We have, the thing that people don't realize is that all of us have good relationships. And not to, listen, I know for a fact I have potential in Liberia, right? And forget the presidency thing. In terms of governance, leadership, it's not a mistake that I'm flying all over the world that President Kagame and people like that can ask me to go to Rwanda to teach ethical leadership, right? So I know my potential, and other political leaders also know that potential. What we have to be able to do in this country is take potential and change it into practicality in Liberia, so the common person, whether they're in Zwedru, whether they're in Sino, wherever they are, can benefit. The reason why people are so frustrated with Liberia and the governance system is because they truly don't believe they can benefit. If I'm a police officer, I'm making $150, $200 every single month. And every day I see the minister car go by $45,000. I see the senator making $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 every month. That breeds frustration and corruption. So this is why, for a party, again, we have to continue to talk about how we are going to build ourselves. At some point in this country, we believe that Lining will take leadership. We need to be prepared, so we are not built on personality or popularity. We are based on true issues. And that's what we are trying to push right now.
Again, guys, share the show. You can find us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Listen, we're on all your social media outlets. Just go ahead, check, and share the show. We are speaking to the one and only Dr. himself. They call him the Dr. Clarence Moniba for the Liberia National Union. The guy's going to come on to ask you a question, but let me push the data furthermore. We want to say we're so glad to have him on the first day of the year. This is so extraordinary to bring in the political leader of Lanu. Let's just jump into this thing, right? The country right now, 2 years. This will be year number 3. I asked you whether you're disappointed. You said frustration will be the better word. So I'm asking you now, let's talk about corruption. Let's take them apart, right? Talk to us about corruption in this government and the fight against corruption.
Again, the fight, I will continue to use the word frustrated because I think I reflect the voices of millions of Liberians. I will go back to what I said before. We will never fight corruption in this country. We will never effectively fight corruption in this country if nobody goes to jail. Let me give you another example of what a lot of people in East Africa does, right? If you steal $100,000, you have to, not only will you be arrested, will be prosecuted and arrested and be in jail, but you have to pay 3 times that amount in restitution. So just imagine if you're doing that. If we are doing that in Liberia, the corruption will not be as prevalent. But in Liberia, when somebody steals money, that is the type of person we say he is a leader, because the person will come and dish out small money to us. And then that fools us simply because the poverty in this country is so high. So corruption will never be successful in this country. We don't even have a special corruption court. We don't even have a specialized court for corruption. We don't have a specialized unit for corruption. How do we fight it? So these are the countries we have to. These are the questions we have to be asking in our country. Corruption, 20 years, Stanton. And again, you are more in tune with. You have this discussion every single day on this show. But how many people have gone to jail in Liberia for corruption? True corruption, and not a political witch hunt or something. Nobody goes to jail for corruption. How do we fight it? It's impossible.
So, let's go back. Let's go back to Lo-Fi. The guys are celebrating. The judge threw out the case against the university president and the board chair. LSCC indicted them that they misappropriated or they stole the money that belongs to the university. Why under indictment? And I'm saying Lo-Fi because of where you're from. You originated from Lo-Fi. The president refused to suspend them. But on the contrary, the president suspended other people for a similar situation. Do you think the president, this president, sincerely fighting against corruption? I mean, talk to us about that, Dr. Moniba.
And this has been an age-old problem in Liberia. I continue to say it. Who has gone to jail, right? we cannot assume that people stole, but where is the specialized court to investigate? Where is the specialized investigative unit to be able to ensure that we can prove or disprove these people stole? If that happened, it should be mandatory jail time.
But it's not no. So sorry to interrupt you. The Integrity Institution, LACC, found a reason and they indicted them. The grand jury indicted them. My question, it should be decided by the court.
Right.
For President Boyka action, everyone that were indicted by LACC, most of them were removed. They were suspended. But on this situation, on this issue, the president didn't touch them. The next day, that reporter taking picture with the president. I mean, is that a sincere fight against corruption? You take action on someone else, but when it comes to one of your kinsmen, you are refusing to take action. So the people believe President Boyka interfered with the judiciary system, and therefore the case was thrown out. What say you?
What do you believe, Santa? What do you think happened?
No, you got to answer now. I'll answer you.
No, listen, at the end of the day, right, to be frank with you, I haven't been following that case as much. I got the information when they were being prosecuted by LACC, but I didn't know ultimately what ended up happening. So that's why I don't want to make a specific statement on them.
Do you know that? Do you know the university president, though? Do you know it?
Yes, I know. I know.
Okay. And you know the board chair?
I know the board chair. I know the board members. They've asked me to help to contribute to the university to do a few things for us. But this also goes back to the idea of how do we develop our country. But at the end of the day, I know the board chair. I know all of them who are involved in it. And so the idea has to be, if they have been found guilty, as you say, right? There should be mandatory jail time.
Guilty. So that Clarence Mobile. Let's just be sincere, right? All of things happen. Swakogo, Noka, the president suspended her. Kamara, Abdullah, LTA.
Well, let me say now. Let me. I want to say the suspension isn't good enough. Right?
No. I want to lay something up here, data, right? Immediately, LACC came up with indictment. The president suspended them. But when it came to the local university president and the board chair, the president refused to suspend them. That's the argument. Was the president being partial in this particular situation? For example, let's go to Bapalu. Zina. The president refused to suspend him, the superintendent, though he was indicted by LACC. So it's the president cherry picking who to suspend, who to fire, and who not to suspend. Well, that's something you as president you would do? Is this a sincere fight against corruption?
Well, and that goes back to the point, right? The fight against corruption in Liberia has never been genuine, and that's why it has become systemic. The suspension is not good enough. That's my whole point. If we had people going to jail, sleeping in jail, if we had people paying restitution, right? If we had people paying restitution while they were in jail. So, for example, if you steal $50,000, you will be in jail until you pay that $50,000 plus more, or we take your house and sell it. Once we start doing that, Liberian people, we are hard to hear, but we are quick to learn. Once we start implementing policies such as that, then corruption at least will be minimized. But also when we talk about fighting corruption, we have to look at the salary of civil servants and people like that. How do you expect the policeman not to be corrupt or not to be conflicted when we are paying them $150, $200 every single month, but yet the same lawmakers are making $12,000, $13,000, $14,000, $15,000? So that in itself fundamentally enforces somebody, right? A police person who has to take care of their family, right? To want to be corrupt. The same thing with civil servants. We have to be able to make sure that the civil servants pay or at least $500. So when we have to fight corruption in this country, it has to be holistic. It can't just be putting people in jail, but that 100% must be mandatory. But we also have to look at the structure of our government. In Liberia, the unfortunate thing in our country is simple. If you want to be rich, you go to government. So fundamentally, you understand that our government is broken in many ways because you should not be rich going to government. So listen, corruption has not been a serious fight in this country for decades.
We understand that. So before we move on, is this government, this president, Joseph Yima Boakai with the vice president, Jeremiah Parankun, grade them on corruption, first day of the year. 2 years have passed.
Is anybody in jail?
Nope, I've not heard anyone going to jail.
Okay, but then that means they have to do better. It's that simple. If nobody is in jail for corruption, if nobody, and that has to be the marker for us. It can be no less. People must be in jail. People must pay restitution. If that happens, then we can mark them anything other than that. That means there has to be way more done to fight corruption in this country. It can be done. It can be done. You won't get rid of corruption 100%. But the challenge is, once you find corruption, you must prosecute it and you must punish it. Once a leader can do that, then we know we are serious about fighting corruption in this country.
Who's taking responsibility, President Boakai or the court?
It always has to, listen, at the end of the day, Liberia somewhat runs an imperial presidency. So Boakai has to take responsibility. The court has to be empowered to hold people accountable, right? So at the end of the day, the president is the top of the country, the leader of the country. He must take responsibility, right? He has to be able to ensure that the judiciary has enough resources, enough funding to make sure. So that's why, again, when we talk about the budget, right? And we talk about the judiciary, it shouldn't just be about salaries and buying vehicles. It should be about training. It should be about investigation. It should be about getting an unbiased judiciary judges to be able to pass judgment and enforce it.
So I'm sorry for that. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get my daughter off the phone. She just called me. But my question to you, let me friend, because you're coming out on the first day of the year swinging. It's very important for us to sit there and discuss this. You're saying the president took full responsibility for the issue of corruption because no one is in jail. Can this president fix it? What would make you happy? I mean, we're talking about the lawmakers. We're talking about the judiciary, but something is happening here. You are right. Nobody in jail. We accuse a lot of folks. Things are happening. People will see intentionally, they're going to, the president will only suspend me. I'm out. But you all know why? They're going home with the money. And that's the argument you are making, correct? Right. They care less. The president suspended. They are not in government. But where's the money? Are we bringing back the money?
But listen, we'll not fight corruption in this country until we, the people, are serious, right? There's a country in, I think it was Sri Lanka in Asia. The people got tired of corruption and they chased the president out, right? They held the president accountable, right? They held the judiciary accountable. They held the lawmakers accountable. But again, if we do not, as Liberians, start to be fed up of this, every time you interact with somebody, right? The argument is always, who cares where he got the money from? At least let me eat my own. That's the fundamental belief we have in Liberia. The fundamental belief we have in Liberia is that everybody steals, which is not true. There are good Liberians in Liberia who want to see good for this country. But there are 100% people who are stealing the people of Liberia money. And so if those people are not held accountable and go to jail, then from the leadership on down, we will continue this cycle that we are in, being one of the poorest countries, not because we don't have natural resources, but because we are not effectively implementing the laws on the book. And so even when you talk about legislative, let's go to the legislative project. To me, that's also corruption.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's corruption. The job
here's my point, right? The Clarence, I beg you, give me a few seconds. I'm going to bring the guys on. I beg you, I don't want to keep you alone. I'm getting congested. Let me grab something. Seriously, you can hear my voice. But I want to go with you on this one before I run in the back briefly. It's very important for you to understand. Why would the rescue run with that? The legislative project, that of Moluba. Why do you think that I told we were going to change all this book, giving lawmaker $150,000, something that the community can do for themselves, the district, the county, but giving it to lawmakers, and the lawmaker are going to call their own construction company, and the lawmaker are going to set their own committee, and it will be like a revolving door. Again, I will go back to rescue government. I thought they were going to change it. Well, I mean, what do you think?
Well, that's what I will put it on your head too small, because that's what you told us was going to happen, right? You told us that was going to happen.
So on the note, I'm going to get my bottle of water, my man. Let me bring in Russell to talk to you.
Oh, so okay, good. I see other people coming on. I'm very happy to see other faces.
Because I gotta go get my water. You want to put it on my head? Let me go get something to drink.
Emmanuel, how are you? Winfred, how are you?
I'm doing good, Dr. Manaba. Nice seeing you. Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to you too, Dr. George. It's great being here. And thanks for joining us today on this first day of the year. I know instead of being hitting you, going around and asking a lot of critical questions. So we just take it off from here. Why do you think your candidacy has not resonated with Liberians, especially young Liberians in the majority? I mean, you look, if you look out at other countries, you see whether it's Burkina Faso or many other countries around the world where you see young progressive folks, are resonating with the population. I mean, it happened in this country too with President Obama, whom you've met. Why do you think that's the case in Liberia?
No, you see, Winfred, to be honest with you, it is resonating with Liberian people, right? The very fact that I'm here on this radio platform, right, lets you know that it's resonating with the people of Liberia. But listen, transformational change sometimes takes time. And so that's what we are doing. We are willing and we are committed to do the work. Every single day, we are willing and committed to do the work to make sure that Liberia, again, is better tomorrow than what we have today. So just the fact I'm sitting here talking about the fact that Liberia exports billions of dollars in gold, but yet we don't have gold for ourselves, lets you know that it's resonating. Just the fact that I'm sitting here saying that we import $200 million worth of rice every single year, but yet we cannot grow our own. We are Liberians and we wait for an Indian man in India to grow rice to put it on the ship before Liberian men can eat. So our message is resonating. It's just going to take some time. But us at LINU and myself, we are willing to put in the work to ensure that Liberia, again, I would say it 100 times, is better tomorrow than what we have today. So our policies will resonate. Our effort is there. The problem and the challenge we have is that we have a society where popularity means more than leadership. Where popularity and this false sense of money makes people a leader more than what they actually say or what their character is. Again, I'm always proud of my history. What I have been able to do in this country, I'm extremely proud of, right? Serving as the youngest minister of state without portfolio in Liberia's history, serving as the youngest chairman of LEC in Liberia's history, where we was able to finalize the investment of Mount Coffee Hydro, right? Helping to oversee the final negotiation for the Lofa Road, for the Red Light to Banga Road, oversaw implementation of that. I'm proud of the work we have done. So our job, my job personally, our job as a party, and our job as Liberians is to make sure that this message resonates because it's the right message for the people of Liberia, which is that we have to be self-sustainable in our staple food of rice. When we look at healthcare, the doctor shouldn't be telling you to buy a ticket to go to Ghana, which is the best medical advice in Liberia. That's complete nonsense. Imagine going to JFK, you barely have any money, you go to JFK, and then the first thing they tell you, hey, nothing we can do here, you got people in Ghana? So right there, the message must resonate, because if the message resonates, that means Liberia will be better.
Now, I know you always start in your experience working in government, your experience overseas, working with a number of thought leaders around the world. What did your academic and international experience influence your vision for Liberia's future? So, looking back, what did your run for president teach you about Liberia's political system and the electorates, for example?
You know what my run really showed me was the fact that, honestly, Liberia, we are truly way behind other countries that are way behind, right? Going to all of the towns and villages around the country, walking in schools where the children are sitting on the floor. There's no blackboard. There's no school feeding program. There's no windows. Sometimes there's no roof. But yet we as leaders, as lawmakers, we can sit and put a budget where people are making $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 every month, where travel expenses are in the millions of dollars, where we're spending tens of millions of dollars on vehicles. That lets me know that Liberia again needs fundamental change. And this goes above party politics. This goes above any color party you support. You yourself as the Liberian, if you're listening to my voice, you know that we cannot be happy with our country. It's impossible to be happy with the state of Liberia. Ghana leaving us behind. Sierra Leone leaving us behind. Guinea leaving us behind. Liberia should be one of the best countries in the continent, on the continent of Africa. So at the end of the day, the reason why we are always on radio talking, the reason why we are going door to door engaging with people is simply because our standards in Liberia have to be raised. They have to be raised. We can no longer take somebody who has stolen people money and come divide it on us and say, oh, our leader. We cannot be continue to sing the song, you kill my mama, you kill my pa, I'll vote for you. You know book, you don't know book, I will vote for you. Those are things that's undermining our very future. But then the leaders who luckily get there, whether they're in the representatives, senators, presidency, or the ministers themselves, when they get in those positions, they cannot think about self. And unfortunately, we have too many people thinking about self. How can I get rich? How can I get what I want before I move from presidency or before I move from minister job? That's the fundamental problem we have in Liberia. The people who are joining government is there to gain and not to serve. And so we as Liberians outside of government have to hold people accountable. Y'all who are on radio every single night talking to thousands of people, y'all have to start to slowly change the dynamic of politics. It cannot be about popularity. It has to be about policies. There's no reason why somebody who should say, oh, I want to be president, and they cannot tell you in detail what they want to do for the education sector.
Exactly.
We are very clear. You want to talk? You want to say something?
No. I was just going to say, I
want to agree with me. Yeah, you want to agree with me?
To finish your thought, so we bring in Dr. George.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Moluba, man. I had to, relieve my congestion. But look at your one of your party leader, Paul Kennedy, is all smart. Yeah, wow, Paul. It's good to see you on, Paul. Thank you for joining us, Dr. George. It's good to see you. Thank you very much, Russell. It's also good to see you from Minnesota. We have Dr. Clarence Moluba here. We want to motivate here. We want to say, please share the show and let's make progress. A lot to be discussed. We're going to keep him as long as he can, and we can have some good conversation with him. We were talking about corruption. We're going to talk about good governance, agriculture, the future format of the party, Liberia Lanu, the party whose political leader is on the hot seat today, that we all can discuss issues concerning Liberia. Happy 2026 to all of you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And thank God we are in the year 2026. This year, 2026, you have given the government 2 years. Some people say give the government 3 years, Dr. Moluba. You think it's a make or break year for this government? They either show up or shut up or be removed? What mean? Let's hear you. Let's get serious. Now we have the other guys on and have a good conversation.
No, it's a make or break year, but I've actually last year was also a make or break year, right, for this administration, and the year before, because you would know how Christmas would be depending on the eve. So the very first year we talked about the budget not being good enough. We continue to carry the same symptoms, right, of the budget. Again, we should be talking about a budget that spends minimum 40% of the budget on capital investment in schools, hospitals. We should be talking about every single district at this point, right? In year 3 of any administration, we should be talking about how every single district in Liberia is building a technical and vocational college so that we can train thousands and millions of young Liberians in technical vocational training, carpentry, plumbing, electrical work. But we are not having that discussion. The biggest celebration we had last year was Old Party headquarters. What does that mean? How does that benefit the people of Liberia? If we are celebrating, honestly, I'm trying to remember the biggest celebration last year was about Unity Party headquarters. What does that do for the poor person in Vahum, in my hometown or Gehema? What does that do? So that very basis lets you know that, yes, this is a make or break year, not only for this administration, but for this government and for this country. Because every single year, more and more Liberians are born. And every single year, more and more Liberians go to schools that don't have any electricity, that doesn't have any running water. More and more. Look at UL. I don't know the last time you went to UL where students have to be fighting for chairs. There's no electricity. One time I lectured at UL in darkness. Instead of us talking about putting money there, we're talking about entertainment budget for legislatures. $4-something million of entertainment budget and sittings. I think last year there was estimated $3 million was supposed to go to that. They spent almost 10. So it's a make or break year, not only for this administration, but for this country. At a certain point, the people of Liberia have to be tired of living in poverty when the millions and millions and billions of dollars is taken out of the country. I will go back to again gold. Why do we not have a gold reserve? The foreigners come take our gold. Look at Bomi. All we have to show is Blue Lake. Where are the schools that were built? Where are the hospitals that were built? And that's going to happen in Cape Mount now. We are letting other people come, taking our riches, taking our resources, and then all they do is give us 3%, 4%, and that 3%, 4% goes to the consolidated account so that the deputy speaker or the speaker can travel, so that they can have new car. How are we going to develop as a country? So yes, this is a make or break year, not only for this administration, but for this country. Liberian people have to get tired at some point. So again, going back to the question that was asked, right? If my message is resonating, it better resonate if we want a better country. It better resonate if we want a better country. If we should be demanding and having discussions that every single school that opens must have a school feeding program so our children can grow. How are you going to learn at 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old when you haven't eaten? How you will learn? You're sitting on the floor. There's no electricity. The teacher that said no computer. No. What can we do?
Is that hope? Is that hope? Do you think with 4 more years to come for this government, do you think we have a hope where anything change?
There better be fundamental changes in some of the people who are leading this country. Leading some of the ministries. There better be a fundamental change in what we pay our civil servants. Listen, the budget as constructed, I will go back to it. There's no private sector in Liberia. If you need me, the richest people in Liberia, they're Indians and Lebanese. And the other Liberians who are really rich, that's also political people. How can we function as a country when the richest people are foreigners and the richest people are corrupt politicians? So in the next 4 years, if this does not fundamentally change, we should be talking about a budget where we have $50 million just set aside for the private sector and not $50 million that was given to 103 lawmakers for the salaries and bonuses. That's what we should be doing.
I'm reading the live feed. People are saying you are making a lot of sense. Ahmed Kamara, I'm going to point them out. They are speaking. I don't know what got in my head to bring you on today. They're saying, can you imagine what you are saying? Somebody is saying, great point, Clarence. Boulevard, somebody say, listen, people are here saying that what you are saying, nothing has changed. The person saying nothing changing. They're agreeing with you. Sound great. Dr. Moba Nathaniel Hill, you make me proud. Somebody here saying, A.B. Koma, say you make me proud of my generation, my brother. People saying, please explain further. And again, a lot of people have been positive for what you are saying as they follow the show. Let's talk about my last question. We'll bring the guys in. Let's talk about the person is saying he built 100 schools, and you are saying don't just build schools. Schools that come with benefit for the students. You got to talk about after-school program. You got to talk about feeding program. But the person is saying he need to build 100 schools. Look at the budget. Almost $100 million in the budget to build new schools. So if you talk about building 100 schools and $100 million in the budget, I mean $1 million for one building. So am I correct? Talk to me.
Right, but you already know that the $100 million is just going primarily to salaries. It's not going to teacher training. It's not going to school feeding program. It's not going to making sure that we have science labs. It's not going to that. So the idea where Liberian people have to start to shift their mindset, it's not good enough to have a hospital. It's good enough. You have to have a good, serviceable hospital. It's not good enough to have a school. We have to have trained teachers who are well paid, school feeding program, there's science lab, libraries, everything, computer labs. We have people in Liberia who are graduating from high school who don't know how to turn on a computer. How can you justify that in the 21st century? How can you justify that in 2026 when you drive right here to Todi? You will enter a high school, they've never seen a computer. Is that a school? No. So yes, it's good to build 100 schools, but are they good schools? And the $100 million plus that's in the budget for education, 80 to 90% of it is going towards salaries. So how do we better the curriculum of the Liberian students so that we can be able to compete with the Ghanaians and the Nigerians?
$100 million to build 100 schools. It's not for the Ministry of Education to pay salary. It was budgeted to build the $100 million, almost 100, I think it's 90-something million, is to build 100 schools. That to mobile is not about salary. It's not about the education. It's to build 100 schools.
But the point still stands, right? The point still stands. Let's build 100 schools where? How are we going to maintain those schools? Are we talking about the quality of schools? People like to think $1 million is plenty of money when you're doing something properly. It's not. So again, are we doing it for political gain to say we're building 100 schools so that 2-3 years from now, people will be running, oh, we built 100 schools. What are they learning? So that's my point. $100 million, fine. But let's go right here to the school in Red Light, right? I have some businesses in Red Light. There's a school right there. I go there so often. Every time you go there, they're in darkness. The teacher didn't show up because there's no salary. So we should be talking about how do we make sure that the schools that are in existence are educating the people of Liberia. Not talking about building 100 schools like the one that they built in my brother Paul's county, the hospital there. What is that hospital doing? We had all that fanfare. Oh, we're building hospital in Babylon. And then what? Who is going there? So let's talk about schools. Let's first get right what we have already. University of Liberia, you see that place. Why are we not talking about making University of Liberia a type of university where Ghanaians and Ivorians and Sierra Leoneans want to come to Liberia? Why? I'm in Rwanda. I've been in Uganda. I've been traveling around Africa a lot. There are Liberians everywhere going to school there. Why? Because they can't get the education here in this country. So it's good. Am I saying that to build 100 schools is bad? No. But what I'm saying, what we should be doing is raising the quality and standard of our schools, of our hospitals, of all of our institutions that's in country. That's what we should be talking about. Let's raise the standards. It's not good enough just to graduate high school where you can barely read and write. What does that do? Not graduate high school.
We're going to bring in Dr. George. Dr. George, your question for Dr. Moniba.
Good evening, Dr. Moniba. How are you, sir?
How are you? I'm stuffy too. I'm trying to fight this thing, drinking tea a lot. But yes, I'm okay. I'm okay, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. My first question is a yes or no question. Is it true that when the results of the elections was announced, the precinct that you voted in, you got no vote?
Right. So, and so except I don't know how to vote for myself. And so that's why for me, the results are irrelevant, to be honest with you. The results from 2023 elections are irrelevant. We already know and understand, right, that Boyka and Rio were the top two people. But everything besides that, to me, because where I voted, I got 0 votes. And God bless me, right? I didn't eat my school fee. So I know how I look and I know how to vote for myself. So if I'm getting 0 votes, then it's a fundamental problem. But at the end of the day, right, our message, the same message that I'm telling you now, I truly believe that we were the only political party, Liberia National Union, where all our candidates were talking about policies that we wanted to implement. The fact that 15 counties in Liberia, all of them should be food production zones. The fact that everybody who graduating from high school should have 2 years of technical and vocational training, so that when you graduate from high school, you have your diploma in one hand, and in your other hand, you are a carpenter, you plumber, you are an electrician, so that not only can you contribute to your own self and development, but you can also contribute to the country. So yes, going back to 2023, were we happy with the result? No. But are we discouraged? Absolutely not. It's only making us fight harder. And that's why I appreciate the opportunity to be on this platform, talking to thousands of Liberians again. How can we all...
Emmanuel, we can't let that go. Help us, sir. Where did you vote?
You know, we've had a lot of discussions. I'm going to leave that because we've had discussions about this, to be frank with you. And the whole idea was we've been advised to let this go. We took this to court. If y'all remember, myself and Alexander Cummings, we disputed because of the same challenges. So
I just want to know, where did you vote? Where?
In ELW area.
Which district?
District 6.
And you went into that precinct. You saw your name. You checked your name. You voted for yourself.
Yes, absolutely.
And you get one vote from that precinct?
0 vote from that room, from that precinct. 0. So
wow.
I mean, it's not a laughing matter.
No, but let me laugh, right? The man said let it go, so let me laugh.
It's serious. It's serious.
Wait.
No, but honestly, but that's why, to be frank with you, the result from the 2023 elections is not of concern to me. My message, what we're pushing from Liberian National Union, my message, what we're pushing just going forward is how can we advise, how can we advocate, how can we be the voice of the Liberian people? And that's our concern, right? The message will resonate if you say the right things. There's nobody.
Do you have your voting? You did should have given you something though. I mean, everybody was checking, but you won't tell me that the NEC, National Election Commission, what did it say? Sorry to go back there, but what did it say?
Well, you know, if you remember, right? And again, what I do want to do is focus kind of on 20. But if you will remember, myself and Alex Cummings, we asked for all of the results to be kept, held, and audited, which was never done. We asked for all of the voting cards to be kept so that we can do a true analysis of the actual vote. The argument wasn't whether we are or Boyka went to second round. The argument was the actual numbers of the votes around the country. There's no way you can tell somebody like me who went to 263 towns and villages, who did over 150 plus interviews, right? That's the result. So at the end of the day, for the sake of transparency, we flagged that. We wanted to make it known, but we also understood and acknowledged that the Liberian people in 2023 had their two preferences and choices. So we just wanted to acknowledge that and file a complaint officially, but then we moved on. And so that's why we are talking about that was 2023. We are still in 2026 and no fundamental change has been done. So that's why I continue to advocate. We continue to advocate. How can we make sure that Liberia is better tomorrow? And so that's always the argument that we are having.
I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I didn't mean to laugh because I laughed and heard Mr. Russell. Winfrey, I didn't mean to laugh. But the man voted for himself.
Yeah.
And they can't eat a baby. The man vote disappear. And then the Liberian people hear this. They need to hear it. I don't know why he's saying that Malego, but right? Emmanuel.
I mean, that to tell you that there's the fundamental flaw within the system.
And that's why I want people to hear. Yeah. The man went to the police station, right? He entered the here alone. He checked. Did you mistakenly check Jowia or you check Boyka mistakenly? I mean, because how they will see that one vote and don't give it even one. Paul, stop laughing, Paul. We have that to go about it. But anyway, Emmanuel George asked your second question. That is very interesting, though.
So I know I will come back, so I'll just push that question forward. So what is motivating now to start these rounds of interview and speaking to the Liberian people when during the last election you found that there was a fundamental flaw in these elections? You voted for yourself, but you got 0 vote. What is your motivation right now?
My motivation, honestly, is to see a better Liberia, a new Liberia. That's what we always say. That's one of our slogans. We want a new Liberia. We don't want to improve Liberia. We want a new Liberia, a Liberia where every single person has an opportunity to succeed in this country, where everybody has access to universal health care, where our children are getting educated in proper schools, not just to say they're going to school. So this is what we want. And so that's my motivation. I always tell people a personal story from 2004 when I buried my late father. I promised him that I would be one of the people to transform and change this country. And so that's my motivation. I will continue to push and advocate for a transformed Liberia, a new Liberia. And so that's what we are trying to focus on right now.
Was your late father the former vice president to President Doe?
Absolutely. And he is one, Dr. Harry Muniba. I would say Muniba again so that people don't be...
But he was also engaged in a fraudulent election. So will you agree with me that his election was also a fraudulent election?
It was disputed. But what I'm saying and what I said before, right, is simply this. There were good Liberians. There are good Liberians who are working for Boyka, who work for WIA, and I will go all the way down to the Doe government. And I'm proud to say that Dr. Harry F. Muniba, my father, the former vice president of Liberia, was a good one. I'm so proud to say that nobody in Liberia, I've been all around, and nobody will ever say that Dr. Harry Muniba took one single dollar from the people of Liberia. He was educated, he was competent, he was committed to the development of Liberia, and that's exactly who I am as well.
Yeah, but the election that brought him to power in 1985 was a fundamentally flawed election.
Obviously, there's been several.
You see that rubbing on his character as an honest person being vice president after an election that was fundamentally flawed?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because when you talk about the fundamental flaws of the elections, what specifically are you talking about? What we know is that there were, you're talking about Jackson F. Doe. Is that the one you're talking about? When you talk about fundamental flaws, you have to be specific.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 1985
you have to be very specific in the fundamental.
I'm talking about the 1985 elections where on the election commission was seen on television, changing the results of the elections that have been well documented.
So who did that? That's what I'm saying. So the conversation has to be, you cannot do this thing where you try to put other people's sins on my father. You have to be very careful about that, because that's why I don't play with. So when you're talking about changing the constitution or changing the results, are you saying that Dr. Harry Muniba did? If so, then let's have that conversation. If you are not saying that Dr. Harry Muniba did, then don't even try to relate it to him. That's my point. That's like me saying because you lived in Liberia and Liberian people were killing people, then you are a killer. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Well, he was the vice presidential candidate for the NDPL.
And so what I'm telling you to do,
and the elections was rigged in favor of the NDPL. From 1985 to 1989, there is no documentary evidence that shows that Dr.
Emmanuel, all I'm asking you to do,
against a fundamentally flawed election.
Emmanuel, I'm not here to defend the Doe government. Let's get that clear. I'm here to defend the character of my father. So if you are going to put a claim on him, then do that. But don't say something. I don't know who you support or what administration or political leader you support.
ANC.
Okay, well, it makes sense. Anyway, let's move on. But what I'm saying, if you are going to make a specific allegation on my father, then let's have that conversation. But I promise you, nobody in Liberia will ever say that Dr. Harry Muniba ever killed somebody, ever stole money. My father served as the vice president in the military government, and you cannot hear anything negative about him. So please, that's why the one thing that where I perk up when people are talking about the character of my late father, because he always told me, I will not leave you money, but I will leave you a name that you will be proud of. And so that's the one thing I don't play with. So if you want to say,
Emmanuel, let's get something straight. Do you want to blame the election result of 1985 on the former vice president?
He was the vice president of a party that rigged our elections, that have caused the civil crisis. We don't have any documentary evidence that Dr. Muniba condemned our elections, but he sat as vice president. Yes, I will agree with you. Your dad had a great character and we respected it.
But Emmanuel,
you also expect a person with a great character in a room of fraudulent people to be able to raise them.
Let's give Dr. Muniba the chance, because this is a long historical argument. I would just ask a passing by question to you, Emmanuel. Would you want the former vice president to do that?
In a military government.
In a military government, military takeover. Well, what do you think he should have done then, Emmanuel?
Oh, the former vice president should have documented that the elections of 1985 were fundamentally flawed. were fundamentally flawed. It was
While
wrong.
sitting
The
as
election was
vice
great.
while
It is
sitting as
the
vice
making
president,
of
though,
that 1985 election that led to the Liberian Civil War of
I'm asking
1985.
you wanted him to condemn the election result while being vice president to Sam Kayado.
Exactly. If you're a person of impeccable character, as my wonderful
Let's give the director Moluba a chance to respond. We'll move on.
You know, okay, but before Dr. Hold
on, Russell. Hold on.
I just want to add on to
Russell. You will add later. I beg you, Chief. Let's give the director Clarence Moluba a chance to respond. This is very important for him.
Honest with you, I think what's happening now, right, is his primary goal is to try to get us off the real discussions. And that's why Liberia is always undermined, simply because instead of us talking about how to develop Liberia, he wants to talk about something 35 years ago on somebody, Dr. Harry Moniba, who is one of the most respected Liberians who have served this country. So again, I don't want to get off of my message, which is how do we fix Liberia going forward. Emmanuel is somebody where we already know his affiliation. And so his goal is to try to undermine the strong character of my father, which he can never be. So I would like to just, again, me and him going back and forth about what my dad did and what he did for this country, that he would never be able to do. It's almost undermining what my dad did in his legacy. If you can come to me and say anybody can ever say Dr. Harry Moniba or Dr. Clarence Moniba has ever taken Liberian people money, then let's have that discussion. If you just want to generalize, right, and say, oh, because he was in this government, so he must be bad, then it's pointless to have this discussion. So again, I ask that we be careful and not personalize this. That's all I'm saying. So I would like to move on now, because again,
it's true. We'll move on. It's true. Let's move on. That's Mobile. We want to say, well, Russell, we'll give you just 30 seconds. We got to bring in the rest.
Okay. Before we move on, when we come here to ask questions, Dr. Moniba, and it doesn't matter what party or political affiliation one may have, but and this is not to malign your father. Of course, I don't know, but to start going around hiding and not responding to the question, as you had said, you want to be direct, you want to talk about the issue, but as panelists, as journalists, as reporters, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going back in the history book and bringing some of these things forward, because we do know that, to extend to your point, that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was also elected as a senator in that very so-called military government and all of that, and she refused her seat, based on principles. And I think that's part of where Dr. George is going. So to knock him or push him, say, oh man, this is wrong for bringing this up, for bringing this.
No. Please.
I don't think that's right.
I wasn't saying it was wrong. I was saying let him make a clear claim, right? So I've had this question hundreds of times. What happens is when you try to use him as a scapegoat for the atrocities that were happening in the 80s, that's my problem. I said before when I first sat down, there are good Liberians in every single administration. There are good Liberians. There are clean Liberians. There are competent Liberians. There are honest Liberians. My father was one of it. So this discussion now started when he tried to relate the atrocities in the 80s to my father. And again, I would say it, and proudly, Dr. Harry F. Moniba, Fumba Moniba, nobody in Liberia will ever say that he stole, that he killed. I'm proud of that record. And the same thing with me, right? Nobody, I've worked in government, I've negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars for this country, and nobody will ever say in Liberia or out of Liberia that Dr. Clarence K. Moniba asked or received anything. So that has to be the discussion going forward. So in 2026 now, as we're talking about how do we develop the country, how do we build our country, it goes back to the policies, because what's happening here and the reason why we continue to fail as a country is because we continue to put party and politics over national development. And that's what's happening here. Let's talk about the issues that can transform Liberia. That's what we should be.
I don't like to interject myself in this show.
We will move on.
I'm not arguing your politics and anything.
Dr. George will come back to you. On that note, we'll move on. I mean, guys, welcome to the show. We're going to bring in Kev Hassan. It's good to have you, Councilor Barbara. T. Wonoka, it's good to have you. The guest tonight is Dr. Clarence Molubai. Listen, guys, we are talking about today. Today. We will make Liberia better today. Okay? So many people can bear responsibility of what happened in 1980, 1979, 1989. Today, we all are young men looking for a better Liberia today. Are we there yet? So I want to say, we'll bring the conversation back. It's good that you're pointing out all these things. I'm kind of surprised that you are saying these things exactly because I asked you before, are you related to Joseph Yemabwaka? With all fear, with all favor, you acknowledge the traditional relationship, but you're here to speak truth to power to make Liberia better, and we appreciate having you, Dr. Clarence Molubai. Okay, you have a question?
Yeah, Clarence, how are you, my
brother? Good to see you. Is he related to President Boykai? You say traditional.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Uncle, you know I'm banding.
We will get to you, Kanyo Abekin. Let's move after Paul Kennedy will be Kanyo Barbara, the councillor. Kev, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Clarence, how are you, my brother? Long time no see.
How are you?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Let me say this. This is very irritating. Very irritating. Right? So what I cannot sit here to listen to Emmanuel try to denigrate your father. He's old enough to know that your father was one of the best.
Thank you.
Very irritating. You know, sometimes we have to pull Liberia first, man. And I expect he's Dr. George. I expect him to know better. Everybody know that Harry Molubai is one of the best. He's one of the light in the Doe government that nobody will point out that he was involved in any corruption. Why we will start to play this kind of politics? It's very irritating. And we can see that through you, Clarence, the way you carry yourself and how decent human being you are. I know you, I met you, we interact, and I know who you are. It's irritating sometimes. Let's put politics aside. But let me ask you this.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the government, this government come up with the arrest agenda. And to me, I see it in the eyes of something else, and I will call it a placebo. Do you think it is a placebo?
I'm sorry, you broke up, Jeff. Kev, say that again, Kev.
The government, you can hear me now? Let me come closer to my mic.
Yeah.
The government, right, come up with the arrest agenda because Central asks you a lot of questions based on some of those lines. And I see it as a placebo, the arrest agenda. Do you see it as a placebo?
You know, the issue I had with the arrest, right, is that we said agriculture. I think it was for agriculture, it was for roads. What else? It was tourism.
Education. Agricultural, roads. And there are plenty. They are uncountable. Just take your own.
Mm-hmm.
So the next step, right, the arrest, right, was good. But the issue is where real governance comes into play when you say arrest agriculture, this is what we are going to do. We never got to that level, right? We just said agriculture is a problem, and we want to focus on it. So us, you know, I always say us at Liberian National Union and me myself as the political leader, what we wanted to do was to say agriculture is a problem and this is how we're going to fix it. Lofa, Bong, you know, Bapolu, they will be counties that will grow enough food for the Liberian people to eat. Nimba, Granjide, they will grow cocoa, cassava. Our argument was that yes, agriculture is a problem. So how do we become self-sufficient? So that's how we said every single county in Liberia should be a food production zone. So arrest is one thing, but then agriculture, how do we fix it? Roads, how do we fix it? We already know and understand that we need almost $3 billion. $3 billion will be to fix all of the roads in this country, right? We need almost $4 billion to electrify all of the homes in this country. That should be the discussion we're having. So yes, arrest is one thing, but it didn't really peel back the layers of how they were going to arrest the poverty in the country. The same thing. So even when you go back, again, this is above party politics. Even when you go back, right? There's been all these different pro-poor agenda, Vision 2030, Vision. Every single time Liberia continues to change. And even when this administration took over, I think they took almost the first year to go around the country asking people what the issues are. We already know what the issues are. I'm not eating. I have no opportunities. There's no business. You know, there's no loans in the bank. A typical Liberian cannot go to any bank in this country and get money. That's why most of the women, most of the people, most of the petty traders in Liberia, they're selling plantains, they're selling small things that won't really truly transform their lives. They're making $2, $3 in profit every day. Why? Because there's no avenue in Liberia to go get access to money. So there's no reason to spend 1 year going around asking the Liberian people, what do we need to do? Y'all need to bring me light. Y'all need to bring me roads. Y'all need to make sure there's money in the banks so that I can start a business, so that the entire country isn't in the hands of international people and foreigners, which is the issue. So when we talk about arrest, yes, it was good to, what I think arrest did was identify the problems in Liberia, but it didn't identify how we were going to solve them. And that's what the discussion has to be, regardless of if you with this party or that party. What are we going to do? If you look at Ghana right now, what Ghana did, they put together a national platform and program that said, regardless of what political party you are, when you take over, this is the implementation you're doing, so that they can make sure there's continuity in development. We don't have that in Liberia. One political party will come, this breach that everybody talking about right here, right? Who did it? You, Boycott did it. We did it. Actually, it was all the way that Ellen that did it. In 2016, because I was in the room as we negotiated that came in addition to the ministerial complex. So this is a project that was finalized in 2016. We are now in 2026, 10 years later, and we are talking about breaking ground. So that's my point. We continue to make politics over national development. Let's look at the Lofa Road that we broke ground in 2017. It was supposed to be completed in 2020. We are in 2026. We are still working on it. So these are the issues that we have to be talking, irrespective of politics, irrespective of if I'm from Liberia National Union or LINU, irrespective of that. How can we develop this country? How can we stop wasting time with development? That $100 million for the schools, when are we actually going to implement that? The people, Liberian people are suffering. Liberian people are dying. Liberian people are hungry. People are going to the hospital, no electricity. So this has to be the question. So again, going back to arrest, Kev, not to talk too much, arrest is something that identified the problems, but it didn't provide a solution to solve the problems. And that's where we have to be. That's why we are here talking.
So as per the arrest develop and arrest agenda, would you say this government failed as to speak now? I'm not talking about in the next couple of years. Now they fail.
You know what? Listen, what we can say is this: the development and the transformation that Liberian people wanted, we have not received it. Let's be clear about that. There's no way to beat around the bush about that. But that's why, again, we have to continue. And everybody here has the responsibility to hold the government feet to the fire. When we're talking about arrest, when we're talking about self-sufficiency in food, what is the agricultural ministry's plan to be self-sufficient in rice? in our staple food so that Indian man doesn't have to grow rice for Liberian men to eat? Why do we have to wait for somebody in Guinea to send pepper or okra for a Liberian person to eat? Liberia has some of the best soil in West Africa. It's been proven. We should be self-sufficient. There should be 10,000 acres in every single county, and this is what we are advocating for. There should be thousands of acres in every single county where mechanized farming and proper irrigation is being done. We are in 2026, and the Liberian people are farming like it's in 1826 or 1926. You go right now to the villages, people got hooked. What is that? We should be talking about how do we do mechanized farming in Liberia so the price of food. I was in Uganda a few weeks ago, and the food was almost, I felt like the food was almost free. Simply because they are self-sufficient in their own staple food. So that's where Liberians have to get to. 70% of the food we eat in Liberia is grown or produced outside of this country. How can we say we are a functioning country when that happens? So yes, the arrests, the government, the administration, we have to do more. They have to do more because the Liberia we have right now is not good enough for any Liberian.
Thank you.
I just see my brother Paul smiling.
Yeah. And I want to keep Paul. I want to keep Paul for last because he's from your party. So let's keep Paul and bring in Councillor Kayo Babara from Centrism Movement. Councillor, let's bring you
on. Thank you very much, Stanton. Happy New Year to all of the guys here, particularly to our guests, Dr. Moniba. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Brother Russell, Dr. George, T, and my own dear brother Paul. Happy New Year. It's a good way to start the year, talking about Liberia and how we can improve our country. CEO, if you will permit me, just very quickly like to state that the former Vice President, Harry Moniba, was a great man. He served with Dr. Doe. He had no apologies about serving the Doe government. The history of why we had a military coup in 1980 is very well documented. I'm not saying that it's a very positive history, but American historians like J. Gus Liebenow and others who wrote about Liberia extensively, and you can research that in their books, such as The Quest for Liberty, amongst others that J. Gus Liebenow and others wrote, were very clear that a coup was inescapable. It was inescapable because for 100 years, a small group of people ran the country to the exclusion of the minority. And that's nobody's fault on this panel. But history has to be told in context. That is why there was a military coup. And I do agree that mistakes were made. People were executed on the pole summarily without trial. A lot of bad things happened. But also 300 crew chiefs were also executed before the military coup. And many other people died.
That's not true. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a revisionist.
But I beg you, Russell, we shouldn't interrupt. We gave Kanye the chance. Let him speak and he will ask his question. Even if that's a lie, you will have the chance to debunk Kanye.
Look, I don't say things without proof. I can provide academic documentation to the systemic exploitation of indigenous Liberians. And this is not the divide, I'm just speaking to the history. 100 years of exclusionist rule by American Liberians in Liberia excluded the better part of the population. You can argue that it's documented. People were killed, they were violated, they could not vote, they could not own property. It's documented in history. Nobody can dispute that. The 500 crew chiefs who were killed is documented in history.
You left 300. You go back to
17 riots.
Russell, I don't want to put in the bar, Russell. Can you get to your question? We have a guest.
I'm getting there, but how can I get there when I'm continuously being interrupted by Brother Russell?
We got to. We heard your point. You're making a good point. Let's get to the question, please.
But how are you railroading me when there's Russell interrupting me?
Let's get to the question now.
Also, I should just like avoid my premise
We
because
listen
Russell.
to your history class. That's a good history.
500 crew chiefs were killed. Summarily is in record. I will provide the documentation in the chat room, since that is what Russell disputes. But here's my point to my brother Clarence Moniba. Harry Moniba, who I met a couple of times and I knew was a great statesman. He had no apology serving the military government, because what occasioned the military government were 100 years of exclusion of people like Dr. Moniba from Lofa County. It were people like him who stood up that made it possible for today somebody like Joseph Yuma Boakai to be president. History is not crafted in isolation. So you owe nobody an apology, Clarence, for the role of your father in the military government. When you come here, you want to isolate your father from the military government and say, oh, my father was clean and other people were dirty. Your father made a decision to be a vice presidential candidate. And I agree, the results of 1985 were disputed, yet he took a seat. History records him as a vice president in that government. You can take him out of the government, right? Excesses were met. Excesses happened.
We have to move on.
The point I'm trying to make, CEO, when I get interrupted and now you're trying to railroad me.
Get to the question, I beg you, please.
So here's my question. You know, Dr. Moniba, you come from a great pedigree, and I want to urge you to own up to that pedigree. Your father was a great man. Don't escape his legacy. Learn from his legacy. Own his legacy. He comes from Lofa. He's a solid guy, right? But what I want to ask you is this. President Boakai, in my estimation, is leading well. You spoke about education just now. The Excel project, which is about 88 million, if I last checked, is supposed to revolutionize education in our country. This is happening under President Boakai. I want to ask you, how can LINU, under you and your leadership, help to increase the multiplier effects for programs like Excel that are seeking to change how education is done in our country under President Boakai and his exemplary leadership? The second question I ask for you is that, how are you protecting yourself from these type of exploitative propaganda that seek to put you in a box? Because you are a great man. You may not know it. I've watched you. I've seen you in your little strides, how you fought to lift LINU. And I told you, I met your father. I was 7 or 8 years old when I met your father at the executive mansion, right? How are you taking history in order to protect yourself from this exploitative propaganda that will seek to divide you, take you away from the actual legacy of your father?
Right.
Those are my two questions.
Right.
And I urge everybody on the platform to just read Jerry Goss Labinall again, because the books are all on Amazon.
Thank you.
And we get a better history.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Dr. Mola?
Yeah, you know, to be honest with you, the reason I am who I am is because of my late father, Dr. Harry Moniba. And I think I mentioned the story, but I'll go into a little bit more detail. As we were burying my father, before my father died, I was playing professional football in the United States, and I was doing movies in Hollywood, right? So I had a very comfortable and good life. When my father died, and at that time I had been in the US, when I came to bury my late father, that's when I made my commitment and transform my entire life to say I will be one of the people to develop Liberia. As we were burying my father in the ground, I made that promise, not only to myself, but to him. And so I say that because I am so proud of who he was and what he represented, right? And so my whole argument for him has always been, judge him on his character. Yes, there were a lot of things that went wrong in the 80s and the 90s and 2000s and on and on. But we have to start to look at individuals. Some people can say, oh, he should have resigned. There also has to be people who is working in the government with nationalistic ideals. And so, I would just leave it at that, right? Because I know we have talked about this, but thank you so much. I really appreciate all the things you said, about my late father, because that's my pride and joy in Liberia. That I can walk anywhere and say my father was Dr. Harry Moniba. So I'm so proud of that. And again, thank you for saying, what you said about him. When we talk about the education sector in Liberia, and you talked about Excel and other programs like that, in order for us to truly educate the people of Liberia, the most important period of anybody's life is from 1st grade to 6th grade. Those are the periods. That's when you build the foundation. If you do not effectively build the foundation there, you will never be able to truly educate somebody because they don't have the foundation. What we have to be able to do, and when I say we, I mean this administration, right? Some people can call me opposition. I'm not opposition. I want to see Liberia do well, right? President Boykott's success is my success. So what this administration has to do, what this government has to do, what we as a nation have to do is to start to triple the amount of money that goes from 1st grade to 6th grade. Early childhood education is the most important period. It's been proven of any child's life. We should be spending 70 to 80% of our educational resources in that period. When you go now to higher grades, 9th grade, 10th, 11th, 12th, right now, as we rebuild the foundation of the young people, we should now be talking about how do we train young people in Liberia for technical and vocational training. It has to be a two-front approach. The young people of Liberia, 1st to 6th grade, make sure they are sitting in proper schools, they have school feeding programs, they are learning computers, they are learning math, they are learning the sciences, they are learning what the future of this world is. 1st to 6th grade. When you talk about 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, how are we making people the best technical and vocational people in West Africa? There's examples of this. Go to Germany after the war. What did Germany invest in? Germany invested in technical and vocational training. So my trouble and my problem when we talk about this budget, when we talk about this administration, and I mentioned it before, that $200,000 only was given to Maryland Technical and Vocational College. What will $200,000 do for anybody in terms of training? That money would just go to keeping the lights on maybe and paying salary. That doesn't go to truly training the young people of this country. So we have to be able to, when we talk about education, we have to be able to transition to empowering the young people of this country with skills and then making sure the foundation of the young people of this country from 1st to 6th grade, they have the proper schools, they have the proper facilities, they have the teachers who are there, qualified and competent to be able to teach them. And that's what we have to be able to talk about.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Clarence Moniba. He's our guest for tonight from the Liberia National Union, LANU. Again, we're going to ask our question. It should have been one-on-one with the CEO. I'm losing my voice, but I'm grateful that he has accepted to have the full panel. Surprisingly, here comes Mr. Duadu and the Peoples. It's been a while. Duadu, welcome to Spoon Talk again.
My brother, me.
Thank
you so much, Tata.
You are welcome. And then bringing T. Wonokai. T, your question for the doctor. Again, this is an open conversation. We are not scripted. There's no one way in which we want to go. I want to get the message from Lanu. I want to get that message about the new Liberia that he's fighting for. His message that will be going all the way to 2029. Wherever you find yourself, maybe we'll take some of your questions from those of you watching us online or by way of the radio. Join us on Super FM, Fabric FM, Spoon FM, Voice of Liberia, all across the country. Let's listen. Happy New Year to you, and let's be part of the conversation. My brother T.
Dr. Moniba, Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year. And just before you ask your question, I just want to make Stanton, this one-on-one with the CEO has turned to 1 on 10, but no problem. I'm very happy that more people I just keep seeing more and more
Yeah,
people.
because Stentor,
Well, honestly,
Dr. Boleba is saying some things here that has to be addressed directly. Let's get to these points.
The issue that the mobile, when you started speaking, right, everybody started hitting my phone. You came up firing, and I love it. I just texted Paul Kennedy. I think your message should be repeated continuously, especially this year, to tell you the truth. I didn't see this in you prior to the 2023 election. I didn't see it. Seriously. What you're starting to do now, I think it's a game changer, and I think it will help our country. And I appreciate you. Please accept the audience that came on today to ask you a question. Thank you.
No, I'm happy, man.
Thank you. T.
So again, Happy New Year to everybody. Dr. Monimara, it's good to see you again. Clarence and I, have become friends through the years. Even when he went to the States, worked with the embassy briefly, and then studied a PhD and came back to Liberia. We met in 2023 during the election talk. I'm not going to go into detail about our discussion here, but you are a man that I admire a lot. Your father, he used to have a place right near, in Bible Way, or Open Bible, something like that on the old road there. He visited our church. I used to admire him. My whole family was a big fan of Dr. Moneyman, your father.
Thank you.
So today, Keith Hassan and I found something to agree on, and that is your father was a man of integrity. He worked under very difficult conditions, and he showed to the Liberian people that even in the midst of very difficult conditions, you can live up to your integrity and be a good man. Let's move to the issue. In relation to the conversation that we have had in the last 2 years, you and I think that when it comes to, you work in the Ellen government, you play a very important role in the Ellen government. And I feel like for you in this moment, to remove yourself from the Unity Party that you have aligned with for so long over the years and have helped to shape who you are, rather than becoming a part of the Unity Party, and I'm sorry that unfortunately I'm going a little bit into what we have talked about behind closed door, but rather than work with the Unity Party, to pick up from where you left off, to be able to help this government strengthen institutions, because that's the background. You have decided to become a standard bearer of a political party. And looking at our geopolitical structure in this country, without long history of political organizational structure, it is very difficult for any institution to win election in this country. So to not end up being like, Baker Matthew, Tipotez, some people who wanted to be president so bad in this country and they struggled and they never got there. And all of the things that they could have offered to administrations in this country to make it succeed, they went their way with it. Clarence, my brother, Dr. Moneyman, do you really believe that, looking at our political system in this country, it is possible for a young man, and I say that respectfully because, you have overachieved in my mind, to come the way the CDC is, the way the Unity Party is, and maybe if there is a third party, I might give it to Nat Cummings or Billy is trying to win the Tesla. You think it's really practical? And this is something we talked about before, that you can become president in this country looking at what the Unity Party government has achieved during the early time and what they are doing now. And then with George, we are loaning. You think it's possible?
Everything is impossible until it's done, right? So it was impossible for Obama to become president until he became president. It was impossible, so it was impossible for Rwanda to become one of the greatest countries on Africa when they killed 1 million people in 3 months. But it's been done. So, we cannot be scared to take on the challenge. And it's a challenge. And there's always going to be collaborations. There's always going to be compromise and partnerships that you will have. But what I can say, and what I always say, is that the Liberia we are living in right now is not good enough. So if we just wanted to take it from a party standpoint, who has been in political power for the last 20 plus years? UP and CDC. So if you are a Liberian listening to this right now in darkness and mosquito biting you and you don't know where you're going to get your food from tomorrow, why would you still continue to do the same thing? So it has to be simple, and that's why I continue to say this has to be above political parties. Let people listen to the message. Let all these other political leaders come on this platform and discuss issues, not personalities, not popularity, but issues. And I can challenge anybody. That's where I can put my line political party and myself on par with anybody. So when you talk about number one, number two, we are number one because we are talking policies on how to transform this country. It's that simple. And like I said, whether it's whoever ran for president, right? I would love to sit down. I would love for all of us to sit down and talk specifics on the issues, because that's what would change this country. Not Bati or Bati, not the fact that the man popular, not the fact that the man being around for a long time, but the true policies. When I sit down and say, if I was president of Liberia, 100%, the first thing I would do is take 55 to 65 million and make sure that JFK is one of the best hospitals in West Africa. That's what I would do. I would take another 200 million and make sure we're not sending it to India, but we are growing rice right here in the country, that we are self-sufficient in food. That has to be the discussion, and not political party A and political party B. That's where we continue to undermine the very integrity of the country we are trying to build. We have to be, so if people are not going to vote for me because I'm not with this party A or this party B, then fundamentally they are doing wrong to us as Liberians. It has to be about policies and ideas, character, vision, the energy, the sophistication, the education. Everything has to be involved. When you see a president, you have to be able to see the future of your country. And I believe I represent that. So yes, not only is it possible, it is doable if we all join together to make sure Liberia can get to where we need to get to. So 100%, everything is impossible until it was happened. Nobody thought Nelson Mandela was going to be president, sitting in jail for 27 years. But it happened.
My final question.
Second question, shot at back to you, Brother T. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, your second question.
Yeah, my final question to you, Dr. Moniba, is that you work with a unity party government, like I said, in the early administration. If President Bouaka or his supporters were to reach out to you tonight or tomorrow morning on January 2nd and say, hey, we've listened to you, we believe that you have the expertise and the vision to help transform this country. Come on board. Rather than pursue your current quest, of becoming president of this country, come and work with us. Either get your old job back, or what other areas do you think you can work to help us transform this country? We want you on board. If they reach out to you today and give you your respect and acknowledge the areas where you can become effective in helping transform this country, why would you consider that?
I think if anybody knows what I can do and what I have done is not only President Bouaka, but several of the people who are working in this administration. I always say, and I can always joke, and we've heard it before in Liberia, good player don't fight for jersey. I'm not here looking for a job from government. And so, I'm not here like today, when I talk, they would give me a job. No. I've been blessed and fortunate. I have 2 masters, a PhD. I travel around the world talking about ethical leadership. I teach here in Liberia as well, ethical leadership, transformational leadership. I am very comfortable in my life. What I'm doing is to make sure that Liberians can live as comfortable as I do. Right? So if President Bouaka was to call me today, to be honest with you, I'm not interested in working in government right now, to be frank. Right? We had conversations before, and I was open to it when the government was first forming, right? But I think we have missed the mark now for me joining this government. I 100%, like I said, I need to see them succeed. I wish them success. But if President Bouaka was to call me, I would 100% be like, what do you need advice on? But it doesn't mean I have to be a minister. It doesn't mean I have to be a commissioner. I don't want that position right now in this government. I do want to see the government succeed, so I would be able to advise them on specific things. And again, like I said, President Bouaka 100% knows what I can do. He 100% knows it. The administration of this country also 100% knows what I can do. Several of the people who are holding very big positions know that we can do the job. But right now, we are just in the advisory role and trying to make sure we flag the issues. Everybody can work for government.
Did they reach out to you? You in particular? Were you reached out to?
Very early on. But not, to be honest with you, we're trying to be honest. The fact that I didn't endorse anybody made everybody vex, right? And so knowing that I'm one of the And again, I'm not saying this to brag, but it's just the truth. No, I'm one of the most qualified and competent people in Liberia, right? I keep saying we should be talking about going above party politics. But a lot of people had in their mind, oh, the man didn't endorse us. He's against us, so he can't work. But they fail to realize that God has blessed me. I'm going to eat. We are doing this for the sake of Liberia, not for the sake to gain money. No.
Did President Bwaga ask you for your endorsement, the Unity Party, directly?
Both of them, yeah. Both sides asked for the endorsement.
Did President Bwaga ask you personally?
Both President Weah and President Boyka.
And then what did you tell him?
I said I was gonna, the same thing. We decided to stay neutral, and we were going to support anybody who ultimately won.
And then after, did they offer you a job after the election?
No, they didn't offer a job.
Okay. Okay. You talk about the government succeeding. Is this government succeeding? Before we get to Asido and Mr. Dualu, is this government succeeding? Have they succeeded in anything 2 years now?
Absolutely. I'm never going to be that person who's not in government saying that the government have failed. They are doing some right things. The problem is because we are way behind other countries that are way behind, we need to not only double up or triple up, we need to 100 up. And the thing is, the status quo that is in this country is killing this country. This government is too big to succeed, right? There's too many people depending on government. We have almost become a welfare state. I went back to the idea in this budget, right? Instead of giving legislative project money to all these lawmakers, we should have that money available for the young people of this country, for the women of this country to be able to go get loans in training, entrepreneurship. That's what we should be talking about. There's countries in East Africa, as a young person, you can go to the government, propose something, and the government will fund you. So is the government doing some things right? Absolutely. All right. It would be so disingenuous of me to sit here and say they're not doing anything right. But the demand has to be the status quo is not good enough, right? Barely this incremental change, right? Like the Lofa Road that should have been done in 2020. We are now in 2026. It's being done, but at the pace that we need, no. Right? This bridge that has been started, thank God it started, because even in 2016, when this was concluded, for 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, nothing was done. So the pace in Liberia of development is so slow that the average person doesn't feel it. And the only way the average person feels the development in the budget, if their uncle or auntie or cousin is in government, then they bring them on government. There's something that happened during the first administration, under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration. Ministry of State hired about 300 people. Right now, I'm told, and I will need you to fact check that, there's over 1,000 people being hired. And then go throughout that with all of the different ministries and agencies. Government cannot create private sector jobs. So the only thing to do to your partisans and people who are going door-to-door campaigning for you, you say, there can be hustling here. Can't take this small money. We have to we have to be more effective in how we run the government. And that's what I'm saying. Let's look at Ministry of Mines and Energy. Right? We have NOCA. We have all these different entities and agencies that's almost doing the same thing. Right? We have Ministry of Transport. We have Ministry of Rails. And then now we're forming another entity or corporation to deal with rails in this country. So this government is doing some good things, but I keep going back to the idea of transformational change.
I don't want to hold the other guys, but again, man, I think it's a beautiful way to start the 2026. I'm going to bring in former Deputy Minister Isaac Doe, and we'll bring in our friend and brother, Mr. Dualu. Isaac, let's hear two questions.
I'm sorry not to cut you off. I'm still vexed. You still haven't given my partisan chance. I don't know what's going on. But anyway,
after. He's going to close up on this round. He's going to come on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Isaac?
Is it your partisan coming to sing Song of Praises? That's why. How are you doing, Dr. Modiba? And Happy New Year. Hopefully, hopefully the 2026 brings all of the good tidings for you. So I don't know much about you. I don't know much about you, your family background, but I went down to buy something quickly in Canada. I was listening to the show, and few persons were talking about your parents. Right away, someone called me to give me a little hint, told me your father was a man of integrity, one of those people you can look to for wisdom. And if you were to be counting the good people of our country, you can measure him in that category. So it is my assumption you follow that same path and you come from a very good upbringing, for the fact that so many persons will speak of your father in the way they spoke to me. I believe you are just right around that very same place. And it's good to have people like you in our country as a citizen like me. I have two questions. One is pure economical, and the other will be politics. Not politics is cool, but the reality of the ground. You know, you you said a lot about the performance of the government. And one of the ways we can measure the performance of the government is to look at the stark reality of today to what the government planned to achieve. So I will give you a few numbers and ask, how do you see them and what will you do differently? Say number one, the government's goal by 2029 is to have unemployment at 5%. This is the reference of this is by their AREX agenda. So when you go there, every number I say here is right in there. The government intends to have unemployment down to 5%. The MCC scorecard that we received recently told us opportunity for employment came from 100% to 9% right now. That is a failure. You would agree with me. The AREX agenda also said their target by 2029 is to have GDP to be the 6.5 billion. In stark contrast to that, they had a projection for economic growth for 2024 to be in the middle of 5%, but the actual number came to the lowest of 4%. So that's a stark contrast. And the last very two, debt to GDP ratio, they wanted to be around 56, 55% by 2029. As we speak, the nation's debt has ballooned. So it will be way above their target. And lastly, agriculture. The government itself, that we always agree that agriculture is a pillar of economic growth. The government wants to have agriculture contribution to the GDP as 29.8%. But as we speak, agriculture has a little over 1% of the national budget. You and I agree that policy should match reality. This is purely different. When it shows to me like people who only talk, but they don't know exactly what they want to do. You as a person that want to be a president of our country, let's forget about all of these lies. These are all lies that we all would agree based on the reality and the numbers I just put forth. How will you do things differently to ensure what you say becomes what is done, so that people don't see you as a person that just talk, and no action?
The thing about, honestly, leadership is that you have to give people hope. You have to be able to travel around the world. And again, I'm proud to say I've helped to negotiate for hundreds of millions of dollars for this country. And when you walk in a room, you have to be able to match your actions to your words. The challenge we have in Liberia is that right now, going back to the agriculture sector that you talked about, we've talked about it, $13 million in the national budget for agriculture. But then we sit down. The reason why we don't put more money in there is simply because the international partners are going to help us. I was having lunch, and I've been blessed. I have very good relationships with ambassadors for the last 10 years. And I was having lunch with an ambassador, and I was advocating, for them to help Liberia do something. And you know what they told me? They said, tell your lawmakers not to make $13,000 a month, and then we'll think about it. Our actions do not match our words, right? We say we want transformation, but yet we don't make the budget such. No country can take us serious when $4.6 to $5 million is going in the budget for entertainment and legislative sitting. That's your job. That's your job. Why are you getting paid for legislative sitting? So when we don't do these things, we can never develop the country. So when we talk about developing the country in agriculture, again, we are exporting $200 million every year to India and Indonesia and Thailand and countries like that. We are developing them, and the only thing we're doing, we're eating the rice. So as a government, right, if If God was ever to bless me to become president of Liberia, like I said, the first thing is this $1.2 billion budget. How are we taking 100 million, 200 million to make sure that every single farmer in Liberia is empowered with mechanized farming, with proper irrigation, right? How do we make sure we have farm to market roads so that when people grow plantains or bananas in Nimba, it reaches to all of the areas of the country? How do we make sure that every single county in Liberia is responsible to produce food for the people of Liberia to eat? When you go to the southeast, bitter ball pepper, right? You go to Bassa, fruits, pineapples, vegetables. You go to Lofa, rice. You go to Cape Mount. This is the discussion we need to be having. And as president, when we talk about transformation, that's the discussion the president needs to be having. Gentlemen, how can we make Liberia self-sustainable in our staple food in the next 3 years? It's not impossible, it's doable, but it's impossible if we continue to take our budget as such. How come 103 lawmakers get $50 million? You think any other country would take us serious? Why do you think they have organizations and entities leaving this country? They are getting frustrated with us because why? We take 400-500 people, the lawmakers commission. Why is the commissioner in Liberia making $15,000? What sense does that make in a poor country like ours? How do we justify that? So these are questions when we talk about transforming Liberia, right? We have to be very serious. The president has to look in the mirror. Is it right that a lawmaker will make $12,000, $13,000, make $2,000 in fuel, and then the police officer who's working day and night in the hot sun and in the rain is making $250? No. To transform Liberia, we first have to respect other Liberians. It can't be me, me, me. And that's where we are right now as the country. When I get there, I will enjoy that your time to enjoy. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, that a man time. What do you mean? When is it going to be the Liberian people time? Wow. And so the frustration that I get a lot of times when I'm talking is simply because to develop a country is not hard. It's really not hard. That also can make it hard. But the problem is we continue to play with the true issues. No lawmaker in this country should be making anything more than $5,000, $6,000. We should have a minimum of $500. We should have a maximum. Anybody working.
Master Clarence Morova Fulano. What you just said? So, you said no. Answer. You still get your question. You said no lawmaker should be making what? I heard what you said, but you sound like my brother Dwalu. Dwalu beat that. That was Dwalu's message.
But let me add this. Let me please add this to it, right? But the few slips. I know lawmakers who are turning the few that they're getting into business.
Yeah.
We are spending $500,000 every year on scratch cards. What are we doing? And then I'll keep going back to Maryland. With that same Maryland technical vocational college, we getting $200,000, but scratch card $500,000. Lawmakers getting $2,000 every month. What are we doing? Then you can go to the World Bank and you think they will take you serious? Listen, $100 million to the World Bank is like chicken change, peanuts. That funny money to them. But yet, what do we get every year? 100 million. Why? Because we're not serious. We are not serious. $100 million.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful start of the year 2026. And we want to say yes, indeed. It's a very interesting conversation. To those of you that texted me, I don't know whether he will take calls. I hope he will, that we can open the phone line, but this is interesting. Answer your last question, we'll bring in Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to start from a very key point you spoke of. You said one of the ways to start in developing a country is for us to respect other Liberians. So I want to take that back to Lofa. But before I go there, just a little bit of correction. You said something which is true, that for the last 20 to 24 years, both CDC and UP have been leading Liberia, which is very true. But the clarity in that is within 24 years, that is about 2029, 2030 from now, United Party who have led Liberia for 18 years to CDC 6. So if you were to attribute problems of Liberia to party based on when they led the country, 75% of Liberia's problem falls on United Party, because 75% would be of 24. Just to clear that part, we have to be fair. Yes, it is true. UP and CDC be leading, but UP has had 18 or will have 18 years to CDC's 12. So in solving our problems, United Party should take more. I hope you agree with me. Now, the point you said we should respect other Liberians. Dr. Moduba, you are from Lofa. And this is something, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but it is truth and the reality of what we get every day. You are from Lofa. President Boyka is from Lofa. President Boyka is of the Kisi tribe. Lofa has Loma and other tribes. Josiah Jokai, who is the CSA, once stated that the government has employed about 51% of people from Lofa. Of that 51%, about 93 to 94% of them are from the Kisi tribe. It is the same tribe that President Boyka is from. That means if you are not a Kisi, the possibility of you getting employed in a Kisi president's government is almost non-existent. You coming from Lofa, how will you bridge that gap and ensure unity is our strength and not being a president that only sees who should be employed in your government based on your tribe? How will you cut into that whole line, leave out the tribal thought, and ensure Liberia becomes the common denominator? Because if we were to respect other Liberians, President Boyka being Kisi, we also want to respect the Loma, although he is not from Loma in Lofa. How will you do that?
You know, first, that's a two-part question, Isaac. So I enjoy your first question. Basically, you're trying to say CDC did bad, but not too bad. but listen.
No, CDC didn't do everything perfect. I must admit, there were some wrongs, there were some missteps. I agree, but I'm saying the percentage to which that happened cannot be compared.
But here, honestly, here's what's happening, right? With CDC in 2017 and then in 2023, the amount of hope that people had in 2017. I was in that stadium. And the amount of hope and expectations and excitement that people had in 2017, let's admit it, Isaac, and you know it was not lived up to, right? And so that then became a transformational process to President Boyka, the amount of hope that we are going to correct this wrong. And 2 years in, we have yet to do so. So the problem has continued to be, we continue to put political parties over ideology. Again, for people who obviously not you, because you understand the party, but 90% of the people who voted for either party, when you ask them what do they want to do in agriculture, in education, in healthcare, in whatever the case or sector, they would just say the man got love for the country. Right? That the man time. The man got experience. We have to be able, like as a true partisan, right? Instead of celebrating political party headquarters, right? We should be talking about, oh, I support this party simply because they want to do this in this and this and this. That should be the conversation that we're having. Then we will start to develop the country. So please, Isaac, please go to your second part of the question so I can quickly answer that. I'm sorry.
I mean the hate against Lomans in Lofa by President Boyka, who is not a Loma, just a Kisi. How will you bridge that gap? Because there are a lot of complaints from Lofa that if you're not a Kisi person like President Boyka, your chances, you could be, but your chances almost non-existent. How will you bridge that gap?
And that's where now we have to start having a question. We are more tribal in Liberia than nationalistic. People love their tribe more than they love their country. There's nobody else I would agree if the people, and a common example, county meet, the stadium will be packed. Why? Because Bon playing Lofa, Nimba playing Babulu. We are more nationalistic we are more tribalistic than nationalistic. And because of that, that starts to skew our decision-making process. Even when we talk about hiring people for government, what is the true process besides I know this man? We are not looking at qualifications. We are looking at relationship and the fact that this man, that my dad had. So we end up hiring people, right, who may not be qualified, but because they have connection. And that's why we have the country we have. So even, I honestly, I don't know those numbers that you're talking about in terms of what tribe is hired and what tribe isn't hired. But I will say this, right? If we want to be truly fair, we should have an open and transparent process in how we hire people. And if we do that, then the qualification will be more based on the expertise and education than what it is the tribal links. Because again, Liberia, we are more tribalistic than nationalistic. And that's why our country is failing right now, because of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clarence Modiba. Again, thank you for availing yourself here on the Spoon Talk. You always welcome, man. I like in the way in which we're running. Come again. Don't run away, my friend. It's a great conversation. We're going to bring in Mr. Dwalu. Dwalu, did you make a mistake, Dwalu?
No.
This is Spoon Talk.
Let me talk my own. Gentlemen, it's been a while, man. It feels good to be back home. And to the guys in the audience, especially before this place got infested with CDC minions, this was home. So y'all got to wait while you got to toy your own before y'all come over here. The first thing I want to say is I want people to entirely feel sorry for my brother Azedo and his delusion. I call it Sakomori.
Oh, you but ask your question. You came here to you come.
Let Dwalu be free, Aze, please.
All right, you free. My man. You went to the other place that you come out to. You come here. All right, I'm leaving the show.
Let me talk.
I'm leaving the show for you.
Yeah, go. Let me talk my own about. The Sakomorian delusion coming from my brother Azedo. Y'all please disregard him entirely. I know the CDCs here, they're going worried right now because Dwalu's on the platform. To my brother, man, Paul, it's a pleasure seeing you guys. No, I didn't make up mistakes. And some of you guys who believe me and Stanton had issue, no issue. We talk more time than you ever imagine. We're talking the same, even though our ideas now different to some extent. But I want to be direct with my brother here, Honorable Modiba. I don't know you. I've never met you in my life. And I love, let me put something that I wrote down. We are talking about policy, and you will speak directly to it. I'm going to say this to you directly, Honorable Modiba. You worked in government before. When you were receiving all this money in government, obviously you did not mention anything about receiving $5,000. Now, Stanton is entirely right. I champion the issue of not making more than $5,000 in Liberia, given how difficult the country is, our per capita income in the country, the standard of living in the country, that's substantial amount of money, even here in Western countries. But I want you to be direct. One of the reasons why I came on the show is just particularly for this. Kev, ask you a question. Given the 2 years in power under President Boakai, given the pace, even though I do agree to some extent that the pace of development should be quickened, and I agree with you on that portion, but given 2 years, what have been achieved under President Boakai's administration? Can you point to any administration in Liberia's history that has achieved such feat with such pace? Is there any administration?
That I call those setup questions, right? Because that's either a yes or no. Right?
No, but so quantify.
The only way to quantify it is to say the pace of development needs to improve, which is what you also admitted to, right? So because it's impossible for somebody to be able to say, oh, in this person government, in Ellen government, in Do government, in Toba, in We Are government, it's impossible to do that.
Okay, right? Let me make it simple there. Let me make it simple because I don't want you to muddy this water, Honorable Modiba, because I want to be very, very clear here. The previous administration dug a massive hole for Liberia. This was a bunch of, I like to call them lucky Grenade boys that destroyed this country. Honorable Boakai has a massive feat to build this country back up. In the span of 2 years, we have electrified the entire country in a substantial way. Hold on for a second. In the span of 2 years, water provision across, especially the capital city, is increasing massively. Now, this is not negating the fact that there are other issues in the country. I will concede those points. The road connection across the country is massive. Can you argue to the contrary that the CDC or any administration before has achieved such feat in 2 years?
My argument is that it should be more.
So no administration has achieved that.
Why do you still get a flow? Let me answer you. You still get a flow.
The argument, again, we are looking at the wrong argument because even as we talk about the idea is let's go back to the budget. I will continue to bring that up. The budget should determine how we are moving the country. So even if you talked about water, right? The idea that more people in Monrovia got water. So what does that do for the people in I don't know, Vahum?
They're taking water there as well. Are you aware? They're taking water in most of the counties as well. Are you
No,
aware?
but what I'm saying, the point you're bringing up is impossible, and so this is where this becomes more political than anything in trying to get points to say they did well than this. I don't want to play that game, and I got sucked into that game talking about 1980s, what Emmanuel did. I don't want to get into it with you again. But honestly, my only argument has continued to be, and I said, this government is doing good in some parts. My desperate plea is that the pace of development means that we will not truly develop until 2060 or 2070. That's my point. If we continue to take a budget as we have and spend $9 out of $10 on salaries and operations, then that is a failure. That's my point. So when you talk about what I would want to see from this government, again, and I'll repeat it, I want to see President Boyka succeed. I'm praying for him to succeed. But what I want to see in order for him to succeed is not the budget that we see right now. You cannot justify $50 million going to 103 lawmakers. At the President X, that should not even come across your desk. People will say, oh, the president doesn't. Yes. The president can demand that type of action. We should be talking about how do we empower hundreds of millions of dollars going towards agriculture, towards technical vocational training. That's what we should be talking about. So is there incremental positives? Yes. Is it good enough? Because just imagine, more people are born in Liberia than more people die. Our population keeps going up. If we continue to pave the road, let's even look at the RIA road that we are still building after 2 years. If you want to talk about this specific administration, right? The RIA road, in any developed country, you should be able to build 1 mile per day. 1 mile per day. From ELWA to RIA is 45 miles. That means technically it should have taken 2 to 3 months at most to do that road.
Correct.
When did that road start? In 2021, 2022, right? When did it start? But yet it's not completed.
Yeah.
Yet it's not completed.
Sure.
So my whole point is this government doing some good things? Yes. Do we need raw aggression? What we used to say sometimes when we're working, we need raw aggression. There's no way 2 years later that RIA road should still be undergoing. There's no way 2 years later that road should still be going, right? But even if you go now to the administration before, they were also slow. So the point is this has to supersede partisan politics, because at the end of the day, there's been 2 political parties in this country from 2006 to 2026, and we are still in complete poverty. So something has to change.
Yes, and that's my second question. That's an
you asked the second question. I want to be very clear, Eduardo. Yeah. It's good having you. Seriously, yes, indeed. We talk. Most people really don't know. You just said something. You said the entire country is electrified.
No. I said substantial portion of the country is becoming electrified.
Oh, so okay. Thank you very much. I just needed that because
the entire country obviously would take
But please let me say this, right? In 2017, I was chairman of LEC, and we had a report that the hope was that by 2030, 35% of Liberians was going to be electrified. 35% was going to have stable electricity. So again, is there progress? Yes, right? When we negotiated for Mount Coffee, the $250 million, was that a step in the right direction? Yes. But at the end of the day, even though we spent $250 million on Mount Coffee, guess what? We need hundreds of millions of dollars to connect all the homes. So when we're talking about true development, we need our leaders. We need President Boyka. We need whoever our leaders to be able to go to the World Bank and say, we are no longer talking peanuts for my country. My country needs $7 billion to build the roads and the electricity in Liberia in the next 6 years. That should be the discussion. So my argument isn't if President Boyka is doing better than President Weah. My argument should be, is Boyka transforming the country fundamentally in a short period of time? That's the argument that all of us should be happy, and it should supersede this party A or this party B. The argument should be like, how can we mobilize billions of dollars using the gold that we just keep giving free to foreigners? Free. Iron ore, we giving free. We are. I don't care what somebody said. We are giving all of these things free. Getting 5%, 6%. What does that mean? Somebody come to your backyard, taking that $100, then they say, here's $6. So the transformational change that we are talking about has to be, is Boyka doing good? Yes. Is he a good, is he a good individual? He has a good heart for Liberia? Absolutely. But I go back to, he now needs to call his cabinet tomorrow. I told people, that budget is a failure. That budget doesn't.
Let's give Duadu the chance. It's good that we're on the budget. Duadu, shoot your second question, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Modiba. And let's be very, very clear here. The Honorable leader of Orlando is not denying that we are making substantial progress in the country by comparison to any previous administration that ever existed in Liberia. He cannot deny that. The amount of roads that are connected to the county are far more substantial than anything before. He cannot deny that. The extent to which electrification across the country has increased, he cannot deny that. The extent to which water has increased in the country. One thing I continue to argue for is private sector job provision, something I believe that should be championed entirely. And I do agree with you, Dr. Modiba, as well, that the way the budget is structured, I've complained about it, and I believe more of this budget should go towards expanding infrastructure and private sector job provision. I've said this numerous times, but I will continue to say this, and I want Liberians to understand this. Look at what is happening in the country. And one thing you did say, if anybody watched the class every day, that we have thousands of people that are watching the show, and I continue to champion this cause, and I will continue to make the insistence here, Honorable Modiba, and let's continue to do this. The judiciary in our country is stalling progress heavily. I listen, one of the reasons why I came on, you see, people should go to jail. The judiciary continues to stall cases in our courts. The Supreme Court of Liberia, it is not doing their job. The president, you said the president can intervene. How do you expect the president to force the judiciary to do the job when they cannot interfere? They continue to stall cases deliberately in our courts, knowing full well that President Boyka is aggressively pushing to develop the country, but the judiciary is stalling. How does he address that?
We have to provide more support to the judiciary, right? Look at the judges. Look at our how much
they're well paid. They're well paid. They're one of the highest paid judges in West Africa. The highest.
I'm not talking about the Supreme Court judges. I'm talking about the lower levels.
But most of them are well paid compared regionally. They're well paid.
We are talking about the lower level people, right? The judges who are making $700 to $1,000. Right? How do you want this guy to sit on the case when there's $50,000 on the table? They may making $1,000. What do you think he would say? So the whole point has
that's a poor excuse, man. Don't do that.
Duadu, you want me to agree to with you before you satisfy?
So Duadu, let allow the guests to answer.
Yeah, they answer. If you want
to come back, you'll come back.
Yeah, my entire point is, right, we all know, and let's not lie to each other, Liberia has an imperial presidency. Let's stop lying. Let's stop beating around the bush, right? If the president calls right now and say, first of all, you can have that's why it's three sectors of government, but you can 100% be able to enforce as president a special court for corruption. You can 100% establish a unit to investigate corruption.
Legislation, Honorable Board, about legislation.
No, you keep trying to listen. At the end of the idea, you are president to transform. You are not president to say the legislature is not doing it. That's my point. So my whole point is, as advisors around President Boyka, who I know and I know some of them are listening, the idea should be like, President Boyka, call the judiciary, let's fix this thing. They would tell him no. They would say no, we are separate but equal. No. If President Boyka calls the entire Supreme Court, they will go there running. And if all of them sit around the table, they should be able to come up with something where people are in jail for stealing the Liberian people's money. So, yes, we could say, okay, President Boyka, he's not the Jew. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, the people of Liberia, we all voted him to see the transformation. And that's what we are demanding. Again, is Liberia getting better? Yes. Has he been suspending people who have been alleged for stealing? Yes. But do we need to take the next step? Yes. And so that's what we are saying. I don't want anybody to misconstrue my words and say, oh, no. The thing is, we have to raise our standards on everything. We have to raise our standards in how we educate our children. We have to raise our standards in what we call a hospital. Because in Liberia, when you go to some hospitals, they are not hospitals. We know it. We have to.
Just one question. I'm begging Senator, just one question. Take 2 seconds.
Yeah,
just one question. Do you want the president to strong arm the judiciary? Can you be completely unequivocal?
Say that again.
Do you want the president to strong arm the judiciary?
I want him to pardon tomorrow and come to a way where we
strong arm. But let me derail back. Do you want him to strong arm the judiciary? Something I want, because the judges are not working to my liking.
He cannot strong arm the judiciary.
Exactly.
Strong arm.
You should go and tell your president he didn't want sending envelope all around the place.
Are you saying that he cannot call them? Are you saying that he cannot call the legislature? Are you saying he cannot call the judiciary and say, how can we fix this?
And influencing the judiciary are two different things.
So, Duadu, I really want to bring in Lano.
Lano. Nice to see you.
Because that Mobile been very gracious, he accepting, and we can come back and do Crossfire. But when people are asking, right, and I will wait for Crossfire time, President Bwaka appointed the Chief Justice. He appointed the Associate Justice, right? He appointed justices. He got 2 of them Associate Justices there. They are there. They're working. They are different branches, of course, but he appointed them. They are loyal to him. He can have a judicial reform, and you know that. He doesn't have to strong arm them, bend the arm. You know that. He got influence, right? Again, nobody's stupid yet. The president know what to do. He have over 40 years of experience. It's probably the relation of duty to fight for the Liberian people. You talk about the budget. You ask for reduction in lawmaker salary, but today you are championing those lawmakers and you think it's okay. You talk about the budget. They are going home with 100. Let me finish. That's why I said I hope you to have you for Crossfire. They are going home with $150,000, right? They sit under your voice, you champion them, they eat the money, and they put the blame on the entity that's responsible. They are going home with over 500,000, calling card, over 5 million gas slip. Who the hell want to do that? And on top of that, they are going home with a little over 10,000 United States dollars in salary, with all the other special accommodation in different brown envelopes. This is wrong. President Bwaka came in to rescue. He should fight with these lawmakers. They are equal branch of government, but we want to see vetoes. But when last the president veto any of the budget in 2 years? When last the president said, I will red line veto? I don't agree with this one because it's not for the Liberian people and for you guys. When last the president said, take this from the budget? Year number 1, 2024. Year number 2, 2025. Year number 3, 2026. Everything is to the will and pleasure of President Bwaka, and he have accepted them. To my brother Lanu, Paul Kennedy, your question to your political leader. We'll get to it.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, today is a very happy new year for me. And if you watch the episode, you saw me laughing and smiling throughout. When you have a leader, a young leader, very young leader who is visionary, who sees the issue of the country not from a tribal perspective, but from a realistic, transformative view. I mean, it makes me happy. Or any of the followers of Lanu or believers in Lanu's principles should be happy today of the kind of leadership we have. Dr. Moniba, Happy New Year. Good evening to you. I'm very honored to share this platform with you.
Thank you.
I follow you. We work together. You were with me in the slums in Bapolu, from a village to village, from town to town, in the night. In fact, in Todokola, we had to put the car light on to campaign to the people. You and I did that.
Yes.
Don't be carried, and I'll bring a question, but I followed most of your analysis as far as the standardization of policies on issues, the development of courts that will come down on the corruption and the impunity we have in our country. The selective justice because of the lack of systems. I mean, of course, the president is faced with too many things, and if there are not systems or if his advisors are not there to guide into doing the right thing. Sometimes, the president's action could be subjective, which is what Stanton talked about in Lofa County, and we are seeing that now. But let me bring you to this question, Dr. Moniba. Who is Clarence Moniba? I mean, there are a lot of our viewers out there who really want to know who this Clarence Moniba is. Some people are asking, well, you have not done anything for your country. You have not contributed, but you're sitting down there asking President Barker to do A, B, and C. Let me ask you this question. If I didn't know you, and I very well know you, and let me come to the point. Somebody say, oh, Harry Foma Moniba was elected and he served, but Ellen Johnson refused her position. But it seems Ellen Johnson gave money to Taylor to bring war, and we supported her. So forget the whole issue of morality. Somebody says she's principle-minded, she's moral. I don't want to bring the issue there. The question to you is, I want you to define yourself to us, Dr. Moniba, so that those who do not know you can know the kind of contributions you made to the country, including the community projects you've done all over the country in 15 counties. Tell us about yourself in 2 minutes.
Right. No, again, thank you, man. And again, I remember those 1 o'clock nights in Bapolu and Bopolu, moving around, talking to the people. That's what I say, we challenge other political parties to do that, right? To go to the people and talk about the issues. But again, thank you for that question, Paul. To be honest with you, what I like to say when I talk about myself, right, is I will go back to who we've been talking about. I am a proud son of Dr. Harry F. Moniba and Minita K. Moniba, my two parents. And my mom watching. She watch her almost every night. So y'all please be telling her hello at least once every couple of days.
That's
but
good.
listen,
That's good.
I'm a proud son of Dr. Harry Moniba and Minita K. Moniba. At the end of the day, I feel when we talk about what I've done in my personal life, 2 masters and PhD, I feel like I educated myself, not for myself, but for the Liberian people, right? I always joke around. I went to Harvard and Deuce School, not for myself, but for the Liberian people. I educated myself with the explicit promise to my father that I was going to be one of the people who would develop this country, right? And so that's what has been driving me. So I went from playing professional football and doing movies in Hollywood and in the United States to come to Liberia to see how I can contribute. Working with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, again, I'm also proud of my contributions I did, right? I was the youngest minister of statewide portfolio in Liberia's history. I was the youngest chairman of LEC in Liberia's history, where we were able to do several of the projects. Thank God, even this ELWA road that was built from ELWA to Red Light, we negotiated that in 2016, with the World Bank. I personally sat on the negotiation table for that. The airport terminal that we see, we went to China and helped to lead the negotiations for the $50 million that was procured for the terminal. Now, is that a $50 million terminal you have? No. Right? And so that terminal itself does not represent the $50 million that we represented, but the implementation was handed off to a different government. So Isaac and everybody, I'll let y'all talk about it. But the idea is, even the Lofa Road, the negotiations, I played a leading role in that, right? The oversight of the Red Light to Banga to Kanta Road had oversight on that. All of this, when we talk about LEC, the Mount Coffee Hydro was on the team, the negotiation team for the MCC to secure the $250 million. So there are major projects, some of the most important projects as head of the President's Delivery Unit. Any major project under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf presidency from 2014 to 2018, I played a leading negotiating role and oversight role on them, right? So I'm proud of the contributions I've done. Now, since then, I've been moving around. We have our Moniba Foundation. We've been giving loans. We've given hundreds of scholarships all around the country. Every single county has benefited from our scholarships. We are introducing a loan program to market women and petty traders. We are trying to do what best we can do to continue to uplift the Liberian people under the policies that we would do under government. And under government, in order to empower Liberians, even from a government standpoint, we have to be able to empower the private sector and not government. And so these are things when we talk about, when we're working with market women, we're working with petty traders, we're working with the average common Liberian from our foundation, giving out loans, 0% interest loans. We are the only people in the country that are giving out loans. Let me give an example. We'll give you $1,000 when you repay the money. Not only do we redo the loan, but we give you $1,100. We add 10% to we are just trying to encourage people to pay back and build their network. So these are things we're trying to do. We've been putting signs around the country. We call it County Pride Initiatives, where, you know, we have signs in Bong, in Magibi, in Lofa. We're trying to build some in other counties. But this is how tribal we are. Let me give an example. I went to go build a sign in one county, and they said, no, I'm not from there, so I shouldn't build the sign. They started raising money to build their own sign. This is what I start talking about when we say we are more tribalistic than nationalistic. We are more partisan than nationalistic. We don't care. Everything will be good if this party did it, as long as you're a member. And so my argument to the Liberian people has been very simple. Take away the party and actually put Liberia first, and then we'll start to build the country we have. But listen, like I said, proud Liberian. Right now, I'm traveling all over the world teaching ethical leadership. I will also be teaching at 2 universities. We're finalizing it here, ethical leadership. But I'm proud to say I represent and I'm an ambassador of Liberia in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Spain, in Portugal, places that I go to teach ethical leadership at. So when I'm talking about ethical leadership, it's not just from a theoretical standpoint, it's from a practical standpoint. I know what true transformational leadership is. So when we are talking, it's not about politics. It's not about, oh, I want to be president. I'm talking because I want to see a better Liberia. And that's where we are. And so that's who I am, right? Somebody who is committed to the development of Liberia. Somebody who, without fear of favor, I've negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars for this country. I named some of the projects. You would never, and I'm proud to, you would never ever hear somebody give me $1. Zero. The White Plains Water Facility, I helped to oversee that implementation and project. You know, you are talking about the water. I helped to oversee the White Plains Water Facility. $0. You will not see it. And so that's how I'm proud of the integrity of the character that I've gotten from my father, the love for country in terms of development minded. We will have a great country one day. The idea is, can we all commit to doing it? So again, thank you for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Boniba. It's unlike you. I saw my father when he was 10. I was 10-year-old, and never saw him again. So, but there are still people in Liberia who have standards, who have value, who have ethics and good morals. Dr. Boniba, I'm one of them.
Yes.
And and that's why I ascribe to the leadership of LANU, because there are people like you who are still around who could bring this country to where we wanted to be. So you talk about moving beyond mediocrity. You give even an example of where the World Bank sees 100 million as a peanut change, and when they give it to Liberia claps. And let's go to our neighbor Guinea. Guinea just built a 600-mile railway from Conakry all the way up north for $13 billion.
18.3 billion.
Thanks for the correction. When I follow up the result, it was 13 billion at the time. I didn't know whether they refunded to go to 18.3. Those are things that will transform the life of Guineans. Dr. Moniba, let's talk from the policy perspective. The Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development. It has 6 pillars, and all of the pillars have strategic outcomes. Dr. Moniba, do you think this agenda is specific and realistic, or is it just ambiguous and may not even accomplish it in before 2029? What are your perspectives as a leader of LANU on the Arrest Agenda?
I call it placebo, my brother.
Yeah, I'll make you call it placebo. Again, I would say, and what I said before, the Arrest Agenda during the campaign, and to be honest with you, and this is where during the elections, as LANU and our partisans, and we're moving around talking about, specific policies, they were like, oh, Arrest Agenda. So I kept asking the question, what does it mean, right? After they took over, my understanding is that they took 1 year to move around the country. I think they spent about $1 million. I'm not, don't quote me on that, but that's what I'm told, right? To go around and do interviews and analysis to say, okay, what do the Liberian people need? But like I said before, we already know what the Liberian people need. We need better healthcare, right? Every Liberian can't afford to buy a plane ticket to Ghana. We need better schools. Our children shouldn't be going to school hungry, sitting down on the dead floor with no blackboard, no teacher, no zinc on top of their head. So we know what Liberia needs, right? So when we talk about the Arrest Agenda, it's slowly now transforming into something tangible and practical. But here is the one challenge and issue that they will face. The budget does not reflect that. There's nowhere in the arrest budget, in the arrest agenda, that 4.6 million should go to entertainment, but yet it's there. There's nowhere in the arrest budget, like we're talking about healthcare, right? Why are we not talking about a state-of-the-art hospital or clinic in every single district? But what the discussion is first it was about majority minority in legislature, and then now it's about adding 14 more people to the legislature. For what? So not only does the budget not reflect the ideals of the arrest agenda, but we are slowly starting to go back again, because I'm starting to hear plenty of talk coming from the legislature, right? The whole country, the first year, talking about the first 2 years that Dualu talked about, the first year of this administration was focused on who burned the Capitol. Let's be honest with each other. That's what the first year of this administration was. Who burned the Capitol? Minority, majority. Who will supersede? Who will do quorum? That's what y'all please tell me what else we talked about in 2024. Please. Then we enter 2025, then the ball starts rolling. But again, this budget does not reflect that. So arrest started off as a concept that was never articulated fully during the campaign. It took them a year to now articulate it, but then the budget had to reflect that. And that's what we don't have in this budget. 15 to 20% goes to capital investment, when any country that has truly developed in Africa is spending minimum 35 to 45% of their capital, of their budget on capital investments. Liberia will never develop if we continue this 20% pace. It will not.
Let me say thank you for the opportunity again. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Clarence. We're going to just be very fast, make it very short. We got to give the closing statement to Dr. Moniba. Again, I'm asking every one of you just make it short. We can do our talking when he leaves. But I'm so happy to have you, man. The first day of the year, I do appreciate you coming on. It's been a great conversation. Please come again. Don't listen. I like the way you're going. Maybe I missed something 2023. To be honest with you, maybe you didn't, say what you are saying today, because you
missed it. But it's okay.
You had long way. But
you still have time to recover.
So again, we want to say please come again. But let's give the guys one last question, very short, and you can do your closing. We'll start with you, Brother Russell. Because I know it's late, you got to go. It's 11:30 almost. Brother Russell, short question if you have any.
Yeah. Thanks again, and a beautiful show. I would just close on. I mean, there are a lot of other issues, a lot of other questions. I mean, since we don't have a lot of time, we'll just keep it short and to the point. Now, not to inject what some may see as tribalism into this conversation. I know others have talked about it, but I'm the least tribalist around. But in any case, the current president is from Lofa, and you are from Lofa. Are you running for the presidency in 2029? And if so, what do you think the appetite of Liberian saying or accepting two recent presidents from Lofa? Do you think that's something that the Liberian folks will embrace, and why should they? Even in this country, in the US, you'll be hard pressed to find the president being elected back to back, for example, from the same state, for example.
Right. I mean, there are several ways to look at that, right? It could be me finishing the second term of Boyka. But no, in all seriousness, the idea is what I pray for is that the Liberian people look at character, vision, the way to articulate, and again, not to say, but there's no room I will ever walk in the entire world and not come out there with money for the people of Liberia. And I'm not talking about 10 million or 15 million. So I hope and pray that the Liberian people look at the type of leaders who are taking over Africa, right? Look at Touareg in Burkina Faso. Everybody praising him. If that guy would have come to Liberia, the way how we would discourage that guy. Who you think you are? Where you from? Where your time? Right? But yet we are using him as a marker of great leadership. Look at Senegal. So what I'm saying is, what this country needs to go to is now to shift, not just to long leadership, but dynamic and transformational leadership. And that's what I represent. Right? There's no room, like I said, there's no room in the world. Again, you know, sometimes you got to praise yourself, but there's no room. There's nobody who will be able to negotiate for Liberia on our Liberia behalf. I think more than me. I don't think it's because when you talk about negotiations, what I know, because I know these people, I went to schools with them, right? I got my PhD, I went to Harvard, I got my PhD, everything in the United States. I've sat in the same rooms with them. And the first thing people do when they go negotiate, they look at your background. They look at what you're saying. They look at what you've done, right? And so my thing is this. What I think I represent is a new Liberia, the future of Liberia, the bright future of Liberia. So Liberia needs young, dynamic leadership. So if that's the question, right, then that should supersede what tribe I come from.
Thank you. I want to save time for you to go home, and we're just going to make it a short question, short answer. Okay. Man, what I'm seeing here, I have not seen this in a long time. Your fertility is higher than ever. And again, I don't know. Thank you very much. I think you should make use of this. People are admiring you. They're appreciating you. Before I bring in your brother Emmanuel George, let me give a quick one to Mr. Duado and the peoples. Duado, your short question.
Thank you so much, man. Mr. Moluba is one of Liberia's finest sons. I would not deny that. And I know he's not arguing to the contrary that President Boakai is not doing great things for the country. But I want to challenge my brother. Hopefully he comments on there. Don't run. I mean, run for president if you must. But I believe you should join us to build Liberian industry. I think as young people, we can go ahead and expand the capital markets of Liberia, expand the private sector. I think we should focus in that area. And I will invite you to join us to build Liberian industry. How do you comment on that, by the way, Bye? Thank you so much, Will.
You know, I'm in the private sector. You know, I think we have the biggest stores in red light area. I mean, I've been in the private sector for the last 15 years. You know, we're in real estate all over the country. Well, not all over the country, but in 3 different counties. So I'm in real estate, I'm private sector. So that's why when it came to endorsing whether either side, I wasn't hungry because I know I have my own private business. You know, and so I am in the private sector, but I also know and understand that for the private sector to work, not just for me, but for every Liberian, the government has to be supportive of the private sector. We cannot allow for Lebanese, Indians, foreign accountants to come in Liberia when there should be Liberians doing it. The reason why we don't have a private sector in Liberia is because there's no liquidity in the market. Like I said before, no typical Liberian can go to the bank and get any money. So because of that, yes, I'm in the private sector. God bless me, I've been successful, right? But at the end of the day, it's not about me just being successful. It's Liberia. And so I will continue to be in the private sector. But in order to change the country for everybody, governance has to be set on track. And that's why we are advocating. That's what we are pushing for.
Thank you very much. Somebody just go and say, I should say thank you to you. You helped to construct a mosque in Cape May County. Is that true? That these people just called in and they say you help, you contribute,
yes.
And they want to say they appreciate you because they remember indeed they needed the help and you rendered the help to them. Emmanuel George, Dr. George.
Thank you, Stanton. I have no question.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, I was
thinking the question. What do you know that you buy? Let me go.
All right, tell myself.
Me and Emmanuel will fix our friendship. It's just that, you know, the worst thing that can get me off is my pa. My pa.
But your father is fair game, though, Mr. Mulba. You understand that?
No, he is.
You get into politics.
Yeah.
No, 100% he is. But what I'm saying, where I lose my calm and composure small, right? is, you know, when my pa didn't come up because, you know, honestly, I'm literally living for him. For his legacy, you know, and so, but anyway, me and Emmanuel will fix it.
Yeah, Doc, don't worry.
I should say this. I should say this.
Don't worry, Doc.
I should say this to you that your mother, I think your father was a stable head under the military government. And maybe, thank God, God had him there at the time. Else it was going to be even more chaotic in our country. And again, everybody to each his own. But I think everything we know about your father, he was that reasonable voice to bring some perfect direction to a military regime. And God bless you and your family. Kev, you have any short question and go to T?
Yeah, Lawrence, you know, the last time we spoke, I was trying to bring you over. I hope you would think twice to come over.
To come over. To come over.
Well, let me ask, yeah.
Dwalo is the Barlock. Dwalo is the Barlock.
Yeah, that party went on down.
My man, we talk about that. My man, your leader team. But listen, you know, this government came to power in that idea that they were going to change. And I don't think the people voted for this government because of continuity, because what we see right now is it just, okay, government is continuity and we just going along with CDC project. When you and Stanton were speaking earlier on in the program, you want to talk about the budget, but let me ask you this question: is this budget a people center? This 1.2 billion, is this people center?
No, I mean, short answer. I know Stanton was no, you know, and again, that's my point. When the majority of the budget goes towards operations, salaries for a select few, and even if you look at the amount of money that's going towards salaries, the bulk of it is going to just a small number, the commissioners, the ministers, the legislatures. It's not going to the big number of civil servants and the drivers and the cleaners and the secretaries. It's not going to them, right? When you look at the fact of thousands of dollars every month going to fuel, thousands of dollars every month going to a scratch car, thousands of dollars every month going to purchasing vehicles. You know, one of the things I was saying the other time, there should be a ban on buying brand new vehicles.
But Mr. Molaba, you were getting all of those things when you were in government. All of them. You make over $15,000 a month.
But then what should I say? I love how you say that, because then what should I say about boycott? Did he not get it too?
Yeah, he did get it too. That we should discourage it, but you never spoke about it.
But why do you think I'm running for president now? So it's because I didn't speak about it when I first came to Liberia, I should never speak about it? Is that the argument? The argument is that when you come in government and you see wrong, you want to correct it. And that's what I saw. And even when you talk about the travel, if you remember, during the EJS administration, government officials, almost a lot of people used to fly business class. That's something that was implemented because we started to push against it. And we had a debate about it in cabinet. So these are things that I saw and said it's not right. Even when we talk about the vehicles, right? $45,000, $50,000 for vehicles. They should be. I went to Namibia and I was picked up by one of the ministers. She picked me up in a Camry, a small $20,000 Camry, and she said, "This is our government allotment." So we have worked in government. We have seen what doesn't work. We have seen what the Liberian people need. That's why we are talking about it. So I shouldn't be ashamed to say, yes, I worked in government and I saw what's wrong. That's why we are talking about it. No government official should be buying $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 car. No government official should even be talking about $45,000. We should have certain cars that can go up country. If you're a minister of education, you want to go up country, you go to GAC, you get the car. When you come back, you return it. But drive your small Camry. That would save millions of dollars for the Liberian people. So these are things that we have seen working in government and being out of government. These are things I've traveled all around the world. I see what other countries are doing, and so I want to bring that here to Liberia.
Thank you very much. T, you got the last question for tonight. Very short, T.
So I just want to say, Dr. Bonimba, thank you for who you are. Thank you for what you have done for this country. I actually believe in you. You know that. I believe in your education. You belong to the progressive class. It's just unfortunate that when I look at things, when I look at the next few years, you know, I feel like this country is in a certain position where the mindset of the people is such that for political institutions to win, there has to be a certain long history, there has to be a certain measure of connection, all kinds of things that I don't believe you have now. But I have no question about your competence, your qualification, your upbringing, your background, your achievement, your accomplishment. You're a good man. You are at the very top of the example for what young people in this country should aspire to be. I'm proud of you. I'm proud to call you a friend. The times that we have talked and the times that we have met, you've inspired me. There was a time 3-4 years ago when I was saying, what would Liberia look like when a man like T. Warner and Clarence Monima and I call a few other names. I said, when guys like us, if we were to get to a point where we lead this country, what would it look like? But maybe, you know, well, that's not like you. I believe in the Joseph Yuma administration. There are some things that are great. I believe that you should continue to dream, you should continue to believe in yourself. But what this government is doing, if you can help in a certain way, avail yourself. You know, you're still very young. You're only 45, 46 years old. In the next 10, 15, 20 years, you guys will be the guys that, you know, like we will look to. You know, I'm going to be proud of what you've accomplished. Your father did great news. And thank you so much for your moment here. The comment section says it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, T. Thanks to all of you that joined us today as we welcome our brother Clarence Moluba Daito on the show. I'd like to say it will be very, very important that you put out your information, contact information, anything that the people can reach. If folks want to reach out to you, but we don't have time, we got to do a 90-minute crossfire. But again, if you have anything you want to share about your party, people are saying that they really enjoy the program, something I have not seen since I've been talking to you, but it's a different time, different terrain. A happy new year to you. You have anything to share? It's all you right now, sir.
No, honestly, again, I really appreciate, you know, when Paul Card said, hey, we want you to come on to be the first guest of 2026, you know, you know, what I told myself is that we must be doing something right. And so we'll continue down this path. The idea of Liberia, I will continue to say, and I repeat it again, it has to be bigger than partisan, right? It cannot be UPCDC. And that's what I'm afraid we are slowly going down. And if we do, and we don't have true transformation, right? Even if you want to support a party, ask them what they want to do in specific things. And so my argument from Liberia National Union, from LINU, our argument is simply, let's talk about the issues. Let's talk about the policies. And if we are compared with any party at that level, then we feel like we will come out on top. So we are out here. We are going to be going door to door, talking to people about how we truly think we can transform Liberia. Not because of popularity, not because we got plenty of money. It's just simply because we have the ideology and the love for the country and the ability to deliver. And so that's what we are trying to do. So again, thank you so much. Listen, the things you guys do is not an easy thing. And so I think the people of Liberia have to give you credit, coming on every night, having these discussions, whether no matter what side. I'm reading some of the comment sections, some people cussing you off, some people not cussing you off. But the fact that you guys do this every single night and have such a huge platform is absolutely necessary. I love to come on just, every time, every now and then, to be having these discussions about specific things, because Liberia can be a great country. Liberia will be a great country, but it's up to us to make it great. So again, thank you everybody, who was listening, who was putting comments, and of course your panel CEO for everything, and let all of us have a happy, prosperous, and safe 2026.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clarence Moluba.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, be safe, and good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So guys, while we say goodbye to the doctor, I know this is going to be rough because Dwadu came with an intent, and I can see the intention in him. But again, I want to say it's been a great show. A good conversation, though. Emmanuel Joe, she came, by way of the Dr. Moluba father, the former vice president, but a very unique conversation here. He coming out with a lot of stuff. And he's not blaming CDC or Unity Party. about continuation, like everybody would say. He's talking about it tomorrow. He's talking about the future of building a brand new Liberia with some frustration. I said disappointment. He said frustration. Well, what do you think? I'm saying us and him. It may not be 100%, but look at Dr. George. Look at what he talked about private sector investment. Look at Stanton Witherspoon talking about for the people. It got to be about the people. Look at Paul Kennedy talking about election irregularities, corruption in government, the fight against good governance. We are saying something in Dr. Clarence Moluba, yeah. If we're talking about forgetting about the old heads, but this is a youthful generation now that must transform this country. Now, let me bring you in. What I mean, you heard a lot from the doctor tonight. Say your own.
Yeah, I think he articulated the issues very well. I'm glad. Oh, Dwalu from Cash Reloaded is here, so we'll talk later. But he articulated the issue.
The way you call it. But I didn't reload me with someone on Cash.
He articulated the issues very well. I saw that he faltered when it came to the issue of his father. He said it was personal, but it's not personal. I want to make this very clear. Look, when this the challenge we have in most African countries in our setting, when we put our hands up as someone with integrity, I'm not talking about 1980s as Canyon was, Councilor Bala was running to. I'm talking about the 1985 elections. I'm talking about that time when he should have stood up, and he did not do it until 1990. That was when Dr. Moluba came up and opposed everything, and then he gained his respect because he was seen as a reformist in Liberian politics. So that time when we expected him to stand up, he did not stand up. I've expected him to say, yes, my father made a mistake, but by 1990, he saw that what he was doing was not proper. And he stood up against Samuel Doe, and there was a breakup at that point in time, because we all know what happened in our country between 1985 to 1990. We cannot turn a blind eye to the leadership of the country at that time. Some of us were beaten as students at Tottenham College, were beaten and incarcerated because of the verse that we supported at that time. So, but I believe he's a brilliant Liberian, and I always respect brilliant Liberians that are doing great things. I believe he has a future. I'm not going to call him a young person, because Barack Obama was about the same age when he became president of the United States of America. I think he's articulated the issues very well, and I believe that we should listen to every Liberian that have something to offer our country. We cannot grow their country, we cannot develop until we start respecting the capability of every one of us as Liberians and bringing those capabilities to move the country forward. And I think Dr. Moluba spoke very well this evening.
Dr. Emmanuel George, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say to you that we'll be bringing in J. Melvin Koo on the show tomorrow. There's a recording circulating. I'll play at the end of these exchanges here tonight. And text messages also have been shared. We getting text messages from the House of Representatives chat room. It's very intense. But I want to say to all of you, we'll bring in J. Melvin Koo, representative from Bon County, on the show tomorrow. Let's hear you, Winfred Russell.
Thanks, Stanton. Yeah, I thought we had a great program tonight. Dr. Moluba articulated the issues, I believe, very well. I mean, he gave a lot of hope. He gave hope to a lot of people. I think a number of the critical issues, and I like the balanced approach that he took, as far as not apportioning blame on one party or another, but just looking at how both the CDC and the Unity Party collectively have failed at the country, and it's now time for transformational leadership. I agree with him on that, and I think there was a very bold articulation that he put forth about how we can move and transform the country. I mean, he's a good person. His brother, I didn't tell him this, but his brother, his older brother, I believe, is a great supporter of mine here in Minnesota, who lives here. So, and he's a fine gentleman too as well. I mean, there's no question about it. But I would agree with Dr. George and what Dr. George said, and I think Dwalu said to reference that. I mean, his father is fair game. I mean, his father was a politician here, and he served at one of the highest levels of our government structure, and so this whole thing that everybody will just be beating on you because you're asking the question, or you're trying to put forth a point or points that they may disagree with. I don't think that is right, but it is what it is. But I'm also concerned about if he's running. It sounds like he's running. He's positioning himself for 2029, and just and that's why I asked the question: is he going to be working with the likes of Mr. Cummings or Mr. Gonglo or someone else? And how receptive would the Liberian population be towards him if he's running to replace President Boakai if President Boakai doesn't run, or if President Boakai decides to run again? So he talked about this traditional relationship that he has with the president. Is he going to be challenging his uncle or his uncle? If he decides to run in 2029, I mean, how is that going to look like? And I mean, if we want to move, President Boakai, the Unity Party, want to replace him again with someone again from Lofa, wouldn't that be a concern? And I've referenced, even in this country, I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find the president and his predecessor coming from the same state. I mean, it's not a written rule, but it's just a tradition that folks just don't support. But all in all, I thought it was a beautiful conversation. He was very eloquent and talked about some really critical issues that I think all of us here on this show, and many of us have talked about, and many of us are concerned about.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's definitely true. I believe he is running. The ball will close last, and he will tell us. I believe he ran against his uncle before, his traditional uncle, Joseph Yema Boakai. He would do that again. But something I would say that he worked with President Boakai under the Madam government. And I think it's a big thing here. Maybe he will come back to explain to us. Their relationship, I don't think, is so unique, Russell. I don't think that relationship is so unique. And people are saying that it went way back to his father's day. So we'll leave it like that, and then we'll move on. Let me bring in Dwadu and the people. Dwadu, thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you for inviting me. Look, my brother's physician, if I won't come on the show, you don't make me come out every Saturday, you'll get very bill. Because it seems I come back home. This is home. We leave when we want to. We are free men. And look, those of you who always claim that when you get in Liberia, you didn't do nothing for Liberia. See, let me say, you're listening to me very well. I have more in Liberia than President Weah did before he came to government. Let me repeat this. I have more in Liberia than President Weah did before he came to government. If you're ready, you're going to put it together and see who has more in Liberia. Our contribution to Liberia is not going to be measured based on what we speak about. This is our country. But I want to say this. I want to say I'm proud of Mr. Kennedy here and the Lano group. I think they got a good thing going, even though I disagree with the young man. Well, he's in my age group. But I'm going to say this. They laugh for Liberia. But this is what that itched me a little bit. If you're in government, Stanton, and that doesn't mean he cannot criticize it. But if you're partaking a part of the $15,000 and the $20,000 every single month, given how poor our country is, and you can only see that when you leave government, I have a problem with that. It doesn't mean I have a problem with the young man personally. The officials of government tend to do this. Stanton, how many times on this very show, you and myself fight? And every day our champion, they call us about the salary in the country. Here in America, we try to quantify it and give you the actual numbers globally. That we are a poor country, we don't have that kind of money. I disagree with the budget. And I've explained this. Yes, I'm the host of the Class Reloaded, and we cover this topic almost every single day. There are issues we talk about Liberia because all year, despite our differences, we want Liberia to improve. And nobody can argue to the contrary that Liberia is not improving. Now, the speed at which it be improving, maybe some people disagree, but given the pace at which Liberia has improved over the last 40, 50 years, this is much more substantial in comparison. Nobody cannot argue that. Now, you can come back and say, oh, this is happening, this is happening. Yeah, these are all valid points. This is not what we are arguing, but nobody can argue. In fact, this current administration under President Boakai, look at the numbers. It's 10 times better than under President George Weah. We talk about the RA role, and Honorable Moniba mentioned a mile a day.
Who keeping score, Eduardo? Who's keeping
I'm not keeping score. Let me give you the numbers.
Let Eduardo finish. We're asking a question. He's not
no, fair point. And Russell asking a fair point. But Russell, let's compare CDC 6 year and this administration 2 year. Let's do a basic comparison. Basic comparison. Could you have gone to Grangita County in the rainy season? No, you could not. Maryland County, no, you could not. The water supply in the country, was it readily available? No, it wasn't. Electrification has been stable across the country. It wasn't. Under this administration, it is. The road connection, the plan to connect the western portion of Liberia is substantial. There is a balloon.
Allow us to ask you some questions. You know,
thank you. You have me every Saturday because I can be lying sometimes.
But I ask you some question, right?
Yeah.
And I think you will be back here Saturday, right? I think.
Yeah, I will be here Saturday. We'll be talking out here.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. Yeah. It's very important, Eduardo.
Yeah.
You were very instrumental. Your fight was very profound. You spoke everything in you about the lawmakers. You accused them directly.
Yeah.
You didn't hold back, Eduardo.
Nope.
Nothing changed.
But I've not held back.
No, hold on. What have changed when you talk about the Capitol building, the senators and the representative?
Mm-hmm.
What have changed? Now you say it's okay now.
No, don't allow me. Don't allow me.
Can I ask my question?
Okay, go ahead. I have a question. You're right.
Yes, you.
I have a question about.
The people still making more money, Dwalu, and you know that.
Mm-hmm.
The people still getting more benefit, even plus and triple, and you know that.
Yep.
What way President Boakai fix it? You changed, but they have not changed.
No,
they have not changed.
I'm not changed.
But you changed.
How?
Because you are entertaining them.
How?
Because you think now you will be quiet. They are not listening to you. You are the people fighter. You said Dwalu and the people. You changed, Dwalu. The lawmakers have not changed. President Boakai have not changed. The judicial bench have not changed. But you Kato. How can you do this thing? Answer.
Yeah, and this is why
instead of otherwise he's an enabler. So he enabled.
I mean, you can put any adjective there, but let the brother go ahead now. We'll hold him because now you transcend it.
Yes.
Right?
So let me answer now.
Not for the good, but you are wedded in Edlo, like my brother is saying, because you know you're tired of fighting.
So you asked question about the legislature specifically, right? My position on the legislature has not changed one bit. So everything you just said is a lie. And let me say this. I still believe one of the biggest burdens to Liberia development is the legislature. And I've said it every single day. I don't go on the Class Reloaded. I am the host of that network. I don't go there and bite my tongue. Maybe you don't listen. It's not changed. I don't believe anybody in the Republic of Liberia, and I've said this many times on the class, should be making more than $5,000, inclusive of everything. So,
you're making my point.
Yeah, but you see, I changed, which is a lie.
You changed because President Boakai is not listening to you.
So how is that my problem?
Listen. The lawmakers are not listening to you.
Okay.
You're just an entertainer for them. You came with the passion that it was bad for this government that came to rescue, right? Is the rescue government listening to you? No, they are not.
What do you mean they're not listening? What do you mean they're not listening?
The lawmakers still going home with the 45,000 cars. The lawmakers still going home with the salary so high. The lawmakers still going home with increase in the budget. The lawmakers still going home with the 150,000. The lawmakers have not done anything better for JFK. Look at the University of Liberia. You cannot argue it, right? They are still putting chairs. Listen, Dwalu, this fight that we all came to fight to make President Boakai legacy better. You cannot be in to change it. For 2 years, Dualu, they have not changed anything at that Capitol building.
So let me answer the question without interruption. Because what you just
No,
stated
that's a crossfire. That's a crossfire.
Yeah, I know. But what you just stated is not true. The legislature has not changed, and I don't support they not changing. So that proclamation you just made is not true. We've continued to argue that the legislature has to do more. But no, they have not changed. But you said I am supporting them not changing.
Consider your fight, Dualu.
What do you mean have to consider your fight? This is what we are fighting. There will be no fight if they consider my position. They have not considered my position.
Your fight was not totally against the Capitol building. It also involved President Joseph Boakai.
That's correct. No, but that's what I want to tell. Don't do that.
So this has become a dialogue. This has become a dialogue between Stanton.
Yeah, but Stanton made an accusation.
Lanu.
Yeah, Lanu. Paul, if a man accuse you, I will let you talk. I gotta correct it because I cannot allow this to fester because Stanton is making a claim that is not true. I do not support the legislature not changing. That is a false accusation. We're going to pack that one side. They have not changed. We continue to urge them to change. But just because they're not changing, it doesn't mean they're not listening to me. They're not, how many times, Stanton, you yourself have spoken here for them to change and they have not changed? Does that mean they're not listening to you too? Now, what do you have to tell President Boakai now? We're feeling with legislature.
Can I answer?
I'm feeling with legislature. So that when you lie, let's go to the president.
Okay, you want me to answer, right?
Yeah, answer.
And that's why my position remains supreme, Dualu.
Yeah.
My position here is I will not champion a regime speaker because they are not changing anything. I will not champion what President Boakai is doing to approve every budget that is not for the people. You are championing the budget. You are cherry picking the budget, Dualu. Because you know what? You know very well the budget of 1.2 billion is not for the people. The budget for 2024 wasn't for the people. The budget 2025 wasn't for the people. We are entering 2026. There are people that you attach to your name. It's not the people budget. But you champion Joseph Yema Boakai. Pray to God that maybe by miracle, he will wake up one morning and say, I veto the budget because the budget not for the people. You champion the budget. You approve everything President Boakai is doing. And you know very well he's not doing it. What have you disapproved from this government?
A lot of stuff. All right,
name me three.
I can give you 10. If you want 10, I can name you 10.
I just said 3. Let's talk about the budget.
Okay, what thing I disapproved of the budget? Listen now, the amount of money that we allocated for instance to the University of Liberia, I believe it should be not just university, the public universities, I believe it should be way more. The amount of money that is being allocated to the security sector should be much more increased than what it is currently in that budget. I stated this repeatedly. The amount of money that we're going to civil service incrementally is much smaller compared to what should have going to the legislature.
And you are making my exact
no, but then don't lie on me, which is not true.
Before we bring in Duano, you are making my exact point. But Dr. George, the brother is telling us he doesn't agree with the different aspect in the budget. But
there are portions of the budget, honestly, I disagree with you. And there are other good things happening in the budget that improve.
You cannot have it either two, Duaru.
You can have it either two ways.
You can have it either, then I rest.
But you can have it two ways. There are portions of the budget that support, that are connecting the roads, and some of the clinics, the rural electrification program, electrification, I support that portion of the budget.
You know what? And that's what make
I was talking to Aristotle.
And that's what make us so unique, because you know what? Like Fadiga called me and said, "Stay down," Fadiga, that's your show. Right? This is everybody's show, right? We remain friends. We are young people coming up and we wish well for our country. But you have to be so sincere.
Okay, Stanton, let me ask you one question. No, let me ask you one question before you go. Let me ask you one question. No, one question. Yeah, because man got to come in. Do you believe, can you compare CDC to this current administration in terms of growth and the progression of this country? Who you think is better? It's a simple question so far.
You want me to answer, right?
Yeah, answer it.
Duaru, let me say something to you.
Don't beat around the bush.
I'm going to answer you, Duaru. I'm going to be sincere with you, right?
Okay, be sincere.
Because CDC failed
heavily,
we remove them. This government Just say you might back up.
That's not a question. That's not a
But
question.
I'm going to answer you now, brother. You want me to answer the way you want to answer?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because CDC failed heavily, I hate to compare this government with CDC.
Okay,
the question that you're asking me
fair
to compare this government to CDC, it means that this government even have failed badly.
I understand. Fair point.
Right?
Fair point.
So, brother, you are talking to Stanton.
Fair
you want me to compare this
There is no
government to
comparison.
CDC?
I agree.
No comparison. Badly. Remember, I come for class, not another class. Come for the rest of
the infestation of CDC on the show, I will get rid of them. I'll be coming every Saturday.
Ralu, somebody is asking if you get paid.
But Stanton give us a chance to respond because we disagree with you and Ralu's statement.
Ralu, let me say something.
It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can somebody go on mute? I'm getting a very bad feedback.
Stanton.
All right. So, Stanton, let me correct some things here. And tonight, I'm very happy that Dr. Moniba took time off his schedule. I actually dragged him here, but he had to come when he's listening and hears about the Liberian people. So let's correct something. Dr. Moniba never made over $6,000 when he worked as Minister of State without portfolio for the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. Let's correct the fact that he was making $15,000. That's not true. That's false information. Dr. Moniba was the lead of the Presidential Delivery Unit. All of the projects that he mentioned were under his department at the time as the Minister of State without portfolio. He was also the chairman of the board of the Millennium Challenge when I worked with MCA. He was also later on the chairman of the board of LEC. But you expected him to work in those capacities, producing and committing to it and get paid less than $4,000? I don't think so. He made about, I think, instead to be corrected, you can check the record because it's public record, between $5,800 to $6,000 every month on President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Another thing I wanted to correct was, Stanton, can you all hear me now? All right. Stanton, the Liberian people are tired of excuses, empty promises from campaign to campaign to campaign. Every time you see this political party comes and campaign, oh, we'll do this, we'll build a skyscraper from here to the moon. And when they take power, they give excuses and they push all the budget towards recurrent expenses and overdevelopment. Of this $1.2 billion budget, now over $900 million goes towards recurrent expense, as Dr. Moniba spoke of tonight. Only 20% of this budget goes to public sector development and capital growth. With that pace, the country can never get developed. So LANU is about, accountable leadership, disciplined spending, institutions that will put the country first over personal interest. If you listen to Dr. Moniba tonight, and of course, this gentleman was one of 5 students, top of his class at Harvard. They may graduated magna cum laude. Y'all go and research that. Forget the academic accolade. He's a principle-minded gentleman who's taking the leadership of LANU, working in line with people like us to say, listen, we can transform Liberia for the best of our country. LANU exists to offer this alternative. People say, oh, the man is young. Macron was 35, he was less than 40 years old when he became the president of France. Let's not go to Europe, right there in Africa. Go to Botswana. The president there was born in 1968. I mean, he's like 2 or 3 years older than I am. But when Liberians continue to sit down and think you got to be 80 years old before you be president of your country to transform, to build the future of a country that has over 60% of its population as young people, then we don't want to drive the country into the right direction. I think we are in the right position, Dralu, in our age group to be talking about development and leadership of Liberia, not some 80-year-old people, because the 80-year-old people don't have future. They don't have future in our country. They've done their part. And for us to continue to argue that Moniba or Paul Kennedy have to be 80-year-old before he can be president of Liberia, I think we are undermining our own self. Because, listen, people go to public sector is because you can't be out of the room and fix the room. The reason why Dr. Moniba is thinking about coming to leadership, and I'm supporting that, I'm also fighting to come to leadership, is to support your dream, Dralu, to move money into the hands of our people, to provide loans opportunities for our country, to make sure agriculture becomes
a thing for us to think.
Thank you very much, Paul. We got to leave it there because it's after 12. We got to get the other guys first.
It's a good conversation.
Yeah, it's a
Senator,
very beautiful conversation.
I want to thank all of you tonight.
Tomorrow will be J. Melvin Cole. On Saturday, we have Duado and the Peoples, and one of his, I think Isaac Vi will be on the show again. We'll be discussing issue of private sector investment. Duado will give you the chance to talk about that before you leave. And I just want to say real quick before I said though we close, Kev Hassan will close, and 1212 and T1OK will come in. Duado, SOE are not contributing to the budget. I just want to problem with that.
I got a problem with that.
You got a problem with it, right? Okay. Why is the president not speaking to it? Why is he not fixing the situation?
I couldn't tell you why, but we've discussed that, and I got a problem with that.
Okay, but it going to year number 3.
I couldn't tell you why he's not discussing.
Okay. Oh, it's good. It's good. We'll move on. Isaac coming, and we'll go to
let's. Thank you. It was a good show, but let me close like this. Dualo, this is not that other show where everybody agreeing on the same thing. The how you say the full fan, everybody agrees to the full fan. There is not a show. So Dualo, all the noise you causing around, you just jumping all around. There is not a place where everybody agree. Then you and I do small. Don't yell. There's not a plenty yelling place. Do it small. Oh, back up doing this. Oh, no government not do it before. Okay, let's do it small. Let's start with education.
Who take it down?
Thank you, God, thank you. Now your cheap internet, you in Minnesota, you get a full internet. See this money finish. That part of that never again. What a disgrace for the country.
See one guy coming. Who took us off?
I will speak to the guest. I just want to, Dr. Moneyman. I think that he's a very sophisticated gentleman, and in time to come in the future in this country, like Stan, you said, he need to speak more about himself. I think that even you yourself were surprised. You learned a lot about him tonight, and I was just going through the comment section. A lot of people welcome what I heard from him, but in my mind, Liberia's the foundation or the structure of Liberia's political foundation is not built to give the presidency to people who are still up and coming. I know he referenced other countries. He talked about Barack Obama and other people, but I think here in this country, you have to have an overwhelming, political strength that has connection in so many places, near and far. When it comes to the fundraising capacity of the Unity Party, for instance, when it comes to their propaganda machinery, when it comes to the way they work, they support the guy from people like you, Stan, in the earlier stages from Costa, from this young man, or Martin Colley, and everybody. The way the Liberian people came together for the Unity Party. I don't know if they are prepared to come together for somebody like Dr. Clarence Moniba yet. It does not mean that you don't have the sophistication, the preparedness, the education, and the qualification. I really do believe in him. He and I used to talk a lot during the election. I told him personally, I said, look, run for representative. I said, maybe in 100 years' time, I would like to become president of this country. But for this moment, in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you're still very young. He didn't like when I told him to run for representative, but I think that, Paul, for those of you guys who he listened to, I think you should try to, if you don't go for the Senate or the representative position, maybe go for the Senate. It does not mean that you don't have the qualification. But the way this country works is a 2-3 party system right now, and we may want to change it. But it's not going to change in 2029. In 2029, Joseph Boakai will win, whether you like it or not. And after that, I hope that my friend and brother Jeremiah Makun will come and continue the legacy. And after that, somebody will come, and then it will be Clarence Moniba time. And then from that moment, it will be Paul Kennedy.
So you want us to have another state funeral? Why you get let a woman rest? You behind you. Even Dwalu here agree with you. You get let a woman rest. Even Dwalu having problem with you.
Fangalo, my man.
And then it will be, okay. Then it will be like George Kennedy's time. But on a serious note here, what I want to say is that the gentleman spoke really well. the Liberian people listened to him, and I think they welcome his deliberation, and he should do something like that more. As it relates to Azedo, when you are speaking to Johnny, there's a habit of consistently you or Kev Hassan, Akara Gray, you just come here and repeatedly interrupt people all the time. It's not going to help CDC case. Y'all have 6 years, y'all misuse it. I don't see you guys coming by anytime soon. So a very brilliant young man like One2, who is a part of you guys, or behind closed door will continue to engage him, and hopefully he will see reason to or consider the possibility of disassociating himself with an institution like the CDC, because you wasted your opportunity. And you know, it will be at least 24 years before you guys come. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Let me end, please. Thank you. Please stop calling me. Why name said T, we hear you. Deputy Jesus, we hear you. We're not waiting for your approval. When Jesus Christ made it. No, you talk now. And you said, okay, you wait now. When Jesus Christ was going to heaven, he left you on earth to be the one to tell people what to do, what to do. Yeah? Deputy Jesus will hear you. So that thing talking, say President Baka leave, Jeremiah couldn't stop doing it, man. When President Baka moved, Tatan Baka will kind of like family inheritance.
Then when all of them move, then I can't. Then Emmanuel
that wasn't got that family inheritance. And grandpa left the presidency with them, yeah. So let me go ahead and we're talking serious thing, and you can always kind of be playing for it. Not fun show your team. I'm fun show you. So I was talking to Duadu. Duadu stop making me laugh. Duadu, all the noise you causing, hey, the government do this. That we here come to. That would make it simple for our people. Let's start. You left book business. Let's start with education. Tell me 2 things the government did for education. Different of what you do. Don't talk plenty. Just make it short. I'm a close.
Now we are proud, JF.
No.
Wait across the country. The university budgets across the
country. Wait. No,
okay. Well, let you finish a question.
Okay. Wait. Duadu.
Sorry.
Don't turn in 3 seconds. Just tell me 2 things the government have done that did not exist in Liberia before President Baka came to
power. Independence? Before
Baka came to power.
Before independence, 2 things that is happening that will facilitate education across our country.
I said when he has done.
No. And he said before independence, let me say this to you, because I know since independence, everything is We Are project. But I would dispel that. President We Are was the worst experiment in Liberia.
That the answer there. Let me put the President Baka.
I say now, get him a chance.
In the southeastern portion of Liberia, for example, Grain Jita County for the span of 6 years got a maximum of $35,000 on a President We Are. On up Joseph Yuma Baka, within the first year, they got almost $300,000 for the Grain Jita Community College. That's towards education. That's a calling to their own senator. Number 2, in your own home county of Maryland County, Tubman University budget nearly double. On a President We Are, they barely got $40,000. That's an improvement. Is that another question?
I still want me to follow up.
Yeah, I want you answer my question.
Hold on, I say. What year you said Maryland and Grand Jita were double? What year?
No, Grand Jita County.
Yeah.
Just got almost $300,000.
On 2025 or
2026, according to Zoe Pinnon, the senior senator of Grand Jita County. Listen up. And the finance ministry disbursed a check on a 6 years. President We Are. Grain Jita Community College was in disrepair. He only got $35,000 in 6 years. On up Joseph Yuma Baka, in his first year, 2025, they got almost $300,000.
So 2025 was his second year. So
second year, yeah.
So 2025.
Yes, way more than 15 times CDCs.
Thank you. I'm not asking what Zoe Pinnon say.
Yeah.
Zoe Pinnon can say anything. Mm-hmm. Have you looked at the budget of 2025?
Yeah, of course I look at the budget every year.
Did they receive $300,000? The University of Grand Jita, did they receive $300,000?
Specifically or specific line?
Yeah.
You want a specific line? I don't have the budget before me. I don't have the budget before me.
No, but you say so. You just listen to
No, that was Zoe Pinnon. A check was released to Grain Jita Community College. So are you saying the senator lying?
No.
You say the senator lying on your own content that they received the money?
Duadu. And the budget get returns.
Yeah, it got line items.
Exactly.
Correct.
I'm asking you a fair question. I don't like to listen.
I don't have the budget before me. I can look it up if you want me to.
So you only saying this because Open said it?
No. Not only just because Open said it. Because the administration of the university.
Okay, you only saying that because the administration saying it too.
The administration and the senior senator say they received that money.
So that two people confirmed.
Yeah,
to you
two sources. Yeah.
And how much you budgeted for Grand Jada University?
I don't have the budget before me. I have to look it up.
Okay. So it would be so bad if I even push you further.
No, but
I would ask you. You're a very smart guy from Grand Bassa County. Please go
I know
look
way
at
more than the Acido.
Yeah, you know way more than everybody on the show.
More than Acido, more than Kevin, more than my
please go look at and Paul Kennedy, you see how Duado had transformed to deceive the Liberian people. Go look at the budget.
Yeah, but the regime collaborator.
Ladies and gentlemen, Duadu said the only people that you listen to was the senator of Grand Jida County
and the administration
of Grand Jida County.
The administration.
They said they received money. Yeah. What was put in the budget for Grand Jida University?
Do you have the
and what was given to Grand Jida University? That two things. I will not say it. I will ask my brother Duadu before he come back Saturday. Let him look at it, then he will correct himself.
Yeah, we can do that. We can look at the budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me say this.
Yeah.
When these people come and talk to you, you're fertile.
Yeah.
You never used to believe them. You won't see it on paper.
Correct.
So let's serve our people, the Liberian people, with truth and honesty.
That's all I do.
So open a lie to you.
That's all I do.
Don't send a message. Don't do that.
Okay. So the administration lied to
you. Next time you should cut the budget. How much you put in it and how much they receive.
Yeah, but this was how the topic was came to. The topic was not about the budget tonight.
But you talk about the budget.
Two things I said now.
My next question to you. I'm feeling with that one. Do you think we need to build more schools or we need to invest in what we already have?
The building of more schools, the answer to that question, I would say that list. I think we need to build brand new schools because those schools we have there, they're obsolete. They're poor. Look, Paul Kennedy were in Bapuru County. I think he was teaching in the last school for our children. So I believe we need to build new modern schools.
Okay. What were the
stand on? Can I just end? Yeah, stand on. So Duadu, like I said, this is not a show. No, Duadu, this is not a show where
it's way more sophisticated than we do here.
Let me end now, please. Duadu, this is not a show where all of you guys can agree. Like everybody in a basket of dumbness, that everybody agree to what is done. Duadu, everything you talk, there's not a campaign where Unity Party was lying. There's the budget I just put up.
Yeah, put the budget up.
2029 actual, the budget code is 341. Grand Jida Community College. 2023 return. Outturn, what the government actually paid. 449,195. 2023 alone.
Correct.
So again, the budget code is
that's a lie. That's a lie. The administration, CDC stole that money. You say you give it a Grand Jida.
Why are you yelling?
So the outturn was a lie. That's not already debunked. Call the administrator here.
So
bring the administrator. They did not receive that money.
Okay,
so
let me go back. Let me go back again.
Go back to your budget. Where you wrote down?
The budget code is 341. Grand Jida Community College.
That will receive it.
The outturn for 2023 is 449,195.
Did they receive that money?
And let me
Duadu.
They receive the money.
Please, we beg you. Duadu, we are not causing
the authors say the money was given to them.
No, but they didn't receive it.
So, Duadu, let me continue.
Continue.
2024 budget.
Yeah.
Grand Jida Community College. 2024 budget. 702,902. 2024 outturn. 397,000.
Correct.
904.
That's right.
Water government budgeted 700,000 and only gave
You're
300,000.
contradicting yourself. Oh. You're contradicting yourself.
You just yelling. This is not how you show what other your. This is not how you show what other your.
Yourself, oh. CDC allocated budget. There's so many agencies that never received that money. True or false?
So do I do
argument, Eduardo.
I don't know what you talking about. You just jumping all over the
document to show that the money that was allocated, that the autumns is showing, wasn't received by Grenadians and the university.
The university itself has stated that the money on the CDC administration for the duration of 6 years was not received. And
so
the money was constantly being allocated.
This is not how you're from.
No, but I need to end.
You see when Cat read Lola came,
I need 30 seconds. I want you to bring any statement where the university said they receive it. If you bring it, then President Baga cannot lie.
So all the budget
stop talking noise. Wait, you talk too much.
The CDC give it to them.
So you thank you. Yeah, you came. You see,
it will be dissipated. I guarantee you that.
This is not This is not that your funny show.
I said it will not work. It will not work.
This is not a funny show where everybody agrees.
I said thank you.
This is not a funny show. This is a show of people thinking.
Kev, let's hear here. We'll go to 1 2 3 1 2. Then we got to close. Kev?
Isaac, you got a serious issue, man. You got a serious issue. How can a man who in the same category with Baghdad Bob, Jeremy Pierre, you expect this man to say something? That's how you get issue, man. Don't waste our time. Wasting my time. Dwalu is an intelligent fellow. I can tell you that. He's smart. I know him well. He's intelligent. He knows exactly what he's doing. But Dwalu is not speaking to you. He's telling Baghdad Bob that what you telling me to say, I'm saying it. But I'm happy that Dwalu will be coming here. He will transform. Because, you know, this is a man who spoke true to power. He was going after the lawmakers, cut their budget. But on the other show, he's telling them, raise your budget. Because he's dealing with, he's dealing with DeLong. He's dealing with that dog.
That's a good one.
So Dwalu is coming back. You know, he's coming back. Dwalu is never late to seek a new world. Never late to seek a new world. And I'm glad that you're seeking a new world. Come back. You're a smart man. I know. You don't get Dwalu hard time. Dwalu is not talking to you. Dwalu is telling Baghdad. When you said to Jeremy Pierre, the Baghdad Bob of our time, what do you expect Dwalu to say? Hey, man, let me tell you. Yesterday, one boy was saying something. I text Dwalu. I said, Dwalu, you not even believe what the boss said. Dwalu busted laughing. I saw Dwalu. Dwalu start laughing because Dwalu is an intelligent man. I will never take that away from Dwalu, and it's an honor to be with Dwalu on a platform. I love my brother. You know, we go way back, and I want him to come back. You know, and he come back every Saturday, every Friday. Dwalu need to come back.
No, I'm running my different show. The proper show is being run. I will come in occasionally to scare divisions away.
Well, we need people like Dwalu.
Okay, let's go back. We gotta go back.
But we cannot let Dwalu stay on our other show because
no, I'm staying there.
We'll make it weak, but let's go back.
That's not a real Dwalo.
Dwalo, I beg you, but just stay on your show and do your hustle.
I mean, it's always fascinating having this kind of conversation. The difference here with Stanton is that we fact check, and we fact check because the conversation and discourse will be driven by honesty and accountability, especially on truth. So first of all, I think I would like to publicly say that Dwalo lied on the CDC. The total budget outing is 449,195, and that's fact check. Maybe if he's honest, he will apologize for that. The second thing that's also very critical, if you say the outturn did not go through the Senate, both senators from Grand GDF voted on that budget consistently. So if they did not receive money, one may ask why they voted on the budget all the years that passed. And if we disagree with the outturn report in the budget, that means all of the budgetary allotment under the Unity Party that is estimated at outturn also means it will be completely lied because we have no justification to prove that as well. But here is what is very fascinating. Always time, the most important talking point for the Unity Party is CDC destroy this country. And you know, and there's no evidence to it. Let's look at the healthcare budget. This year we're spending about 100 million, close to 100 million plus in our healthcare budget. Under this government, in almost 3 cycles of budget, we haven't even have a single hospital built under this government. CDC level 3 hospital, 14 military hospital, the Emory Hospital as well. And we have numerous hospitals being built as well. In fact, currently as we speak, the maternal mortality rate is increasing according to the World Health Organization. The other aspect that is also very important, the last time, the first lady went into, I think it was Redemption Hospital, she changed the bed sheet in the hospital. She referred to herself as champion of maternal mortality. This is the hypocrisy we have in governance. In terms of education, the biggest policy in this country was driven by the CDC, the PROPO policy, directly providing young people who are predominantly at the state-run university access to free tuition. That policy was criticized by people like Dwalo. Today, they are continuing that policy within the budget. But the CDC did absolutely nothing for our education sector. The amount of expansion of young people in our education sector, state-run university that went to international schools, is all justified. Whilst in this country, first time ever, President Weah took a bold step to provide free WASS in this country. We are spending 1.2 billion budget. The very advocacy Dwalo advocate for, which is the lawmaker reduction of salary, in that very budget that he's today propounding, legislature increase their salary on spending. In fact, the salary that's been increased in that budget is on travel. It has no essential evidence to the life of Liberian people, and that's the same budget. The speaker today has a budget increase. In fact, the speaker is spending almost close to $500,000 on non-essential grant in that very budget, on travel, on provisional grant in that budget. He supports that speaker. He's a regime speaker. The deputy speaker also has a budget increase as well. He's a big proponent of both the deputy speaker and the speaker. So this is the hypocrisy the Unity Party come with this conversation. We're not changing the life of the people. The budget does not speak to ordinary Liberians. Civil servant, the harmonization policy, which must be another conversation to have in this time. No solution absolutely for harmonization policy. But let me finally close on the Unity Party plan. The biggest ambitious plan under the Unity Party is the arrest agenda. The Unity Party is projecting around $8 billion under the arrest agenda. That $8 billion projection, the private sector is projecting around 35%, about $2.5 billion. The private sector today is completely depleted under this very government. No solution for the private sector. In fact, another aspect in that budget is the provision of multilateral funding through the ODA and the international institution, almost $1.7 billion. The biggest funding the Unity Party is depending on to offset that funding in that plan is the budget coming from the multilateral institution, which is the MCC Compact, which would be $455 million. It provides no change to the country. In fact, we're spending $1.2 billion annually in the budget, and we're depending on $455 million for the MCF. That's the biggest dependent ratio that this government have in place. The other aspect is the diaspora, which Dwalo is a big proponent of the diaspora. Someone who lives there, who believes diaspora Liberians should have access to opportunity. 0.7% of the budget of the plan for the arrest agenda is being estimated with the diaspora. In fact, there is absolutely no concrete plan to engage the diaspora in remittance process. So this is the situation. But this is not strange, Stanton. This Unity Party projected a poverty reduction strategy, and at the end of that tenure, poverty increased by the World Bank. So in 12 years, they had a whole policy called the poverty reduction strategy. When they left government, poverty reduction increased. In fact, there was an increase in poverty reduction. So we inherited an increasing trend of poverty under this government. So we should speak to the debate with fairness and facts. There's absolutely no justification where we'll say CDC destroyed this country. And then I'm looking forward to Dwalu coming back on Spoon. This Spoon, we have sophisticated sedition. They will not give you the chance to run with talking point. We will chase you. And that's the beauty of conversation. We will chase you foot to foot with all of the talking point analysis with fact, evidence. That's the sophisticated CDC we have right now.
Senator Mata?
The response I want to have. Stanton, thank you for the time. And we appreciate the fact that
let me ask you something. You guys trying to wish on Dwalu here? The mayor kind of ask him about question, other than attacking him.
Yeah, but we're not. Let me respond to the beginning.
Dwalu, I beg you will respond.
Okay.
When these, and you know you must say you still argue on this a lot. When these politicians speak, Dwalu, the people out there, they respect you, they respect your fight. Don't believe them. And I think it's open a lot to you. I'll put a budget for 2025 up, right? It's a lie. We go down to 2024. The numbers not adding up, right? And this is the kind of politics that will now make Joseph Boakai to win, because people desperately lie in the face of documentation, and they want us to buy into it. But you go ahead. You have the last word.
Thank you so much. First of all, I don't believe President Boakai is lying. The very simple, everyday, societal changing infrastructural development that is being felt by the people across Liberia is being implemented under President Boakai. Now, the speed to which that is being implemented, you can talk about that speed will go from here, but anything to the contrary is not true. And I want to say this to my young brother, Wanto. I see the young man, I'm going to feel a little sorry for him, but I believe he's still learning. There's a lot he has to learn. So I'm gonna call him a slack here because I don't feel he fully understands what he's talking about. On the CDC administration, there are countless reports. Every time an outturn is given, in many instances, the entity did not get the money that CDC proposed was outturned. So the outturn is not entirely true. I'm not going to dwell on that.
That's a weak argument, man.
My man, you feel talking about Una.
Kevin, let him talk. You had a chance. You were making fun of all the men. The men beating you now. You getting bad. Let him talk.
So let me tell you something. This is the reason. One of the reasons why I would try to make my Saturdays and come here. Sometimes I will listen center, even when I call you in the background, and I look at the infestation that is happening on this network with seditions. They think they own this place, but what they don't realize is this is a gladiatorial ring. These guys are not prepared to even sit on this platform and make an argument about a field administration that literally destroyed this country. The young man spoke about hospital. The Emory Hospital was partially built. President George Weah cannibalized the Johnson F. Doe Hospital to fill in the 14 military hospital because he could not facilitate that effort. President Boakai had to come in to finish up the Emory Hospital. Right now, as we are speaking, the Redemption Hospital is being finished up by this administration because every single job that attempted to be done by the CDC administration was done in a faulty way because they didn't know what they were doing. Look at the RIA road. Everything has to be redone. In many instances, costing Liberian millions of dollars. CDC added close to $60 million additional on the RIA road because they didn't know what they were doing. Most of that money was stored in by McGill and the like. The reason why these guys were sanctioned, they didn't know what was going on. So I want my young brother Mwanto to stay in school a little bit more, get some real life experience. Regurgitation and Google something or ChatGPT something doesn't mean you know what you're talking about, young man.
Well, I'm more educated than you, Dwalu. Don't be disrespectful. I'm more educated than you. That's the fact. I'm more educated than you, Dwalu.
Just because you Google something, it doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. Googling is not knowing. You need to read a little bit more and understand what you're talking about. CDC lied to you. Your future is bright.
But is better than you.
Every Saturday I will come here. We're
going to end the show on that note. I want to say thank you for stopping by. As always, everyone will be welcome. We have a good evening, a beautiful show. We're going to bring in Yekezi. Yekezi, come on and close the show. Dr. George, thank you very much. Also, as always, we'll be having Jay Mervin Court tomorrow to discuss what is happening at the Capitol building, the House of Representatives.
Donald, thank you, man. Good to see you around. Cash reloaded.
All right, we want to say to you, my brother, too. Thank you.
You get me, Bralo. You think you time we're talking point we'll let him go that free.
You're talking about double master.
Thank you very much, Kev Hassan. Thank you very much, Brother Russell. As always, thank you, Emmanuel George. Paul, man, your man was very, very good. I'm seriously surprised at that your Clarence money back. I believe that he coming up with something new, and the new that Mobile will resonate a lot. To tell you the truth, I believe he will resonate a lot. His message, listen, just read everything everybody was sharing and posting. It's so unique for him. And I think a lot of people enjoy it. It was a good thing that we brought him on the first day of the year. Seriously.
Yeah, thank you. He's always said this. It's just that he has not probably elevated it to the extent. And you got people like T. Wanaka who believe to be president. You got to be 60 years. He said 100 years from now. I don't know how long he think he will live, but Liberia has to transform beyond that. Stanton, let me be honest. Thank you for providing Dr. Moniba the opportunity to come to share some of what we've been working on behind closed door with LANU. LANU is a transformative party. We will remain there. We'll continue to work and open up collaboration to people. The party is open for great minds and new ambition, people who want to move things beyond the old cartel of the order of the day. You got to be CDC or Unity Party. CDC and Unity Party have failed the country. We're not going back to them. We are looking for a new leadership, new breed of people who've not been in leadership to contaminate our country, to move the country to a new direction. So that's the conversation we're going to continue to have, Stanton. And it's a very happy new year to you and all of the guys at Spawn.
Yeah, this is what we do. You know what? We just pray to God for direction, and God gave us direction. And I'm so happy that Dr. Clarence Mobile came on. A great guy. Yakesi, can you come on, please? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm coming.
So again, it was a great show, Paul. No, thank you very much, and thanks to him. Listen, I think you got to just restructure and rebrand now. That party is a unique party. It got a message, and there's not much wrong with that message. Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy.
Good night. Thank you. Good night. Oh, Yakesi, you Dr. Moniba now? That's impersonation.
You're a teacher, thank you. Thank you. Yakesi, thank you very much. A great show. Thanks to all of you. Join us tomorrow with Jeremy Avincourt in studio. Listen, there's a fire at the Capitol building, political fire. And trust me, you will want to hear it. God bless you. Happy New Year to all of you. Be safe. Be better this new year. And just trust that the Lord will take you through into 2027. Till we meet again, have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Yakezi. You are muted. You are muted.
Okay, so folks, that's all the time we have to be here on this edition of the Spawn Talk. Join us later on today for another edition. As the CEO said, the representative Marvin Cole will be here to talk some politics relative to the Capitol building, the legislature. So thanks for being there. Thanks for your watching role. Thanks for your listening role. Join us later on for another edition of the Spawn Talk. My name is Yakesi Zwobe. Wishing you a pleasant good night from Otis Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Bye-bye.